All right, everybody. We're back to the podcast, and we're sitting here. This should be a very interesting conversation. This is actually part of a conversation I had with this brother, this elder, a few days ago. And as I'm having a conversation, I realized this needs to be in the podcast. So we just cut everything short, and we're going to get into the conversation. This is a brother who I met probably, it's so weird to say, but probably about a decade ago in the Virgin Islands. And my background is that I was living in the Virgin Islands, and I've always been connected to Virgin Islands through very good friends and through Virgin Islands music when it comes to the reggae music side of things. And we noticed that the Virgin Islands reggae was making a huge impact in the world. Um, Artists from St. Croix and St. Thomas, and the well-known ones are the Bamboo Stations, the Desiree, and Midnight, and then Ross Batch and Ross Attitude, and there's some others that I may be leaving out, Blackness and um, some other artists. And what I noticed is somebody is my name being Haru, and that's taken from the ancient Kemetic uh, stories and history. Uh, was that out of the Rastafari music that was coming out, the deep Rastafari music that's coming out of the Caribbean, particularly in the Virgin Islands, where it was actually getting its own tag as VI reggae. I noticed that there was a deepness in the lyrics that was not found in other places, and also a deepness in the penetration of history, where you saw Rastafari merging with a lot of Kemetic principles and Kemetic science. So when you would go to places like St. Croix in the Virgin Islands, you would see Rastas wearing an ankh. And I've been to other places in the Caribbean where Rastas saw Egypt as being evil. And that was kind of like in the past. But as we move forward, we start to see, within certain Caribbean islands, a whole re-education of what Kemet means to us, ancient Egypt means to us. And I think that St. Croix and U.S. Virgin Islands, particularly St. Croix, was pivotal in making that happen. That merger between Rastafari and ancient Kemet and ancient Kush and all of this. And there are certain personalities who I think planted some seeds for that. And we have one of those personalities here who's going to give us the history of his life, his background, his understanding of culture, the contribution that he's made that he may not even be aware of, um, that has, gone around the globe. And we just have the brother Neb Ka Ra. He has an official title and names that I will let him tell people, but I know him as fondly as Brother Neb Ka Ra. So, Brother Neb Ka Ra, it's a pleasure to have you on. Let's get into this, man. So, what
Well, I'm
is
not
your
seeing
full?
myself. I'm not
Huh?
seeing myself online here. So,
Oh, I can see you fine.
oh yeah. Well, I guess I'm doing something wrong. I got you. Here it is. Here we go.
Yeah, I see you fine. You look
Okay,
fine.
beautiful.
So, Brother Neb Ka Ra, let's get into your full name, and then let's get into your history, your background, and your future.
Sure. Well, I was born here in St. Croix. Both my parents are from St. Thomas, and the given name by my parents was Carl Fernando Christopher. However, in my journey, my spiritual journey, uh, that has led me to the Kemetic Nubia Kush legacy, I was inspired to change my name. So my name is actually Asar Kasamsu Rasar Rasekin Parakar Para Pernuntu Herisheta Paheru. And that's what my lawful name is now. And I changed that name for spiritual reasons, religious reasons, royal family name reasons, and sovereign reasons. And that's how I did my affidavit when I did my name change. And I grew up here in St. Croix, uh, in Frederickstead. Both my parents coming from St. Thomas. Most of my family are in St. Thomas. However, we do have some family over here. So St. Croix was a beautiful place to grow up, a very acculturated place, a place where people had a lot of pride in themselves. We were close to the earth. St. Croix was when I was young, an agrarian island. Sugarcane was king, and the people planted. They always had gardens and took care of themselves, and so it was a powerful place. And I would say that this island helped to mold who I am. In school, most of our teachers were from St. Croix, self-educated. They didn't have too much what we call, college degrees, etc. until, when I got maybe into the junior high level, 12, 13 years. I would say, 7th, 8th grade area. So most of my elementary teachers, that foundation from kindergarten all the way through 6th grade, I had, local men and women from my community who taught me. And they were very cultured and, used to teach us a lot of stories and, a lot about who we were in terms of us as a so-called Crucian person or man or woman, etc. And so, life was very interesting. And we grew up where we had a lot of time we spend in nature, even at school. We always looked forward to recess and running up and down and playing the games that we grew up playing, and eating a lot of fruits. We always had fruits on the campus. We had, fruit trees. Plus, everybody used to bring fruit from their communities, and we would exchange fruits as barter and trade or play marble or various games. And sort of like, if you win, you could get all these fruits, etc. and all that. So we grew up in a very cultured society, very respectable society. We respect the elders, a lot of teachings about, the old proverbs and sayings, and things of that nature. And so growing up in St. Croix, we were exposed to the United States and other Caribbean islands. And then we had the impact of the change of the politics and the economy with the island changing more from a agrarian base to an industrial base. We had oil refinery coming to the island, and then we had the aluminum refinery coming to the island, and also other small industries like watchmaking and things of that nature. But other than that, the culture was very based in agriculture, production, fishing. We did a lot of hunting, a lot of pragging and gathering, because our countryside was always full of all types of fruits, mangoes, mommy apple, sapodillo, mespo, avocados or pear that we call them here, tangerine, oranges, limes, guavas. Like, hey, we grew up like, you could call it a little Eden, a little paradise. And so that's how it was. And then all that was about to start to change with this industrial revolution perpetuated by our so-called leaders in, cahoots with the Congress of the United States, thinking and, changing the social status of the people here by improving their economic conditions. And so that changed a lot of things. And we have to remember at that time, we talked about late 50s, 60s, early 70s. Throughout the Caribbean, there were a lot of transformation going on.
Okay.
Was really setting its foundation.
Okay.
And so that was a great influence here. Mainland America, we had soul music, as you know, all those entertainers, the Jackson 5 and Kool and the Gang and Stevie Wonder and all these people that were influenced. We had Mandrill and, Earth, Wind and Fire and Santana and all these things, because in the States, we must remember that there's also the Black Panther movement, the Black Power movement, the Nation of Islam, the Ansar Allah community movement in the States, the regular Muslim movement in the States. We had like Sunni Muslims and all those things. And we also had the hippie movement in I would say the American culture, and you had black and white in the hippie movement. You had people like Jimi Hendrix that was influenced all that music. And so we had all these things happening, and all those things would be affecting us here too. And that's the time I'm growing up in, and people in my age group, we're growing up exposed to this. And to make the story short, you know, about that time, I'm in high school, and we had the Fountain Valley situation here, where some people were killed in the island, and this was a very sad time, because we had an invasion of the FBI, the U.S. Marshals, Secret Service, CIA. All that happened because this particular killing that happened on the property of the Rockefellers. The Rockefellers, of course, are members of the international bankers and the international cartel of people who control the economy of the world. And something happened in their property in the United States territory, well, hey, it's sending the military, sending the cavalry. So all that happened. And during all that time, we also have the Rastafarian movement happening here. We had the yoga movement happening here with some brothers who was coming from the States, and they introduced yoga and natural living. A lot of them, some of them were influenced by people like Dick Gregory and others, Earth, Wind, and Fire, because all these people are, looking towards spirituality and these things. And at that age is when I start also my search. My search started with the influence of the Nation of Islam, Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and then Farrakhan. And so I had a brother who was like a mentor to me, and I was exposed to Islam, and I would study with him, and he would be, sharing certain things about Islam with me, etc. And I even, as in my growth, I had adopted the name Bilal as one of my names when I was, my evolution. And after that, in high school, when I went to St. Thomas, I finished high school in St. Thomas because of that situation I told you about, the Fountain Valley thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went to St. Thomas, and that's where my family is. And I finished high school over there. And it's there I really got exposed to the Yoga Man and the Rasta Man. And I use these interchangeably because in those days and times, a lot of brothers who are Rastafarians were also yoga men. And, they were the ones who, would stop sort of like and start a social rebellion against the system. A lot of them came from what we call the housing communities in St. Thomas, the ghettos. Mm-hmm. Some of them I knew personally. And so, the reggae music is coming, and the yoga movement is movement, and the Rastafarian movement is movement. And I would say that's the foundation that would establish the cultural milieu, that we would evolve in here in St. Croix, in St. Thomas and St. John. And so that influence from what people might term the revolutionary hippie movement and the music of soul and the religious spiritual movements of Islam, Rastafari, yogic teachings, and all these culminate into influencing myself. And so I started to seek self. And in that journey, while I was in St. Thomas, I was 18 years, living up in Estate Nada, overlooking Red Hook and the Lagoon area. Where you look east, you see St. Thomas, you see St. John, you see Vorjengada, Jos van Dyke, Tortola, all those islands, and you see the sun rise every morning. So that's where my real spiritual journey, I would say, started. Other than, the things that we had when we were younger, growing up and, under the church influence and having to go through confirmation, I would say we had a biblical foundation. And so there was that influence too. But my journey outside of what we call traditional religion, as the church, would start there. And so for some reason, I had already stopped We had a thing here where we had a saying says, stay up, stand up. And when Mandrill were here, that group called Mandrill, when they were here, they would take that and make it a hit, stay up. That became a hit song in the United States. And they got it from here with the influence of people like Mario Moorhead and his Yucca movement and the stand-up provision shop in Frederickstead, which is today Yucca's Kitchen. Okay. And so, yeah, a lot of things happen in this island. So here I am. I stopped eating the swine because we had a thing when we were, 16, 17 years with the Nation of Islam here and Muhammad Speak newspaper. Hey, stay off the swine, stay off the swine, stay off the swine. So, certain brothers see you who are being, influenced by Islam. Hey, brother, you need to stay off the swine, stop eating that sausage and leave that pork alone, Right. And so that would evolve. That's the first thing I stopped eating. I stopped eating pork. Mm. You see? And I'm in 12th grade, playing football in high school and all that. Starting to get concerned about my health and things like that because Muhammad Speak newspaper always talk about we need to take care of our health. And then there was the book by Elijah Muhammad, some books by Elijah Muhammad that came out. We also had Dick Gregory bringing out his work because at that time, Dick Gregory had started to change his life. He had changed his life and was, had stopped eating a lot of things and went raw food and was fasting throughout the States and for a very prolonged period of times. He wrote a book for folks who live with Mother Nature. And so all that is influencing me. And now I'm at that age. I get up every morning religiously and watch the sunrise. Nobody tells me this. This is an innate thing. This is self-guiding, intuitive, spiritual self-guiding. And so I didn't know what I was doing. I just used to get up every morning religiously, every day, 7 days a week, 365. Sit on a rock down in the garden, huge rock, nice area to sit in. Right before sunrise, light a spliff of Colombian gold or Colombian red, them days, that was it.
Yes, sir.
And, go into the meditative mode,
yes, sir.
And you just go into a mode of meditation. And now I'm in 12th grade, but I only had 2 classes in 12th grade. So, going to school wasn't a big thing. I had 2 classes. 10 o'clock, I was finished because I had a lot of credits. So I would, get my nice, beautiful spliff and, smoke like half of it and go into a meditative mode and just sit. No thoughts, no special thinking about anything, no ritual, just sit and watch Ra rise in glory every day. It became my prayer, my prayer to the light that would guide me, and I say this from my heart. Because I had been through a lot in my life, and so this is a time of change and all these other things are happening, the yoga man, the brothers in music, where we grew up, the brothers who played music at the time, they played everything. They played, reggae, Latin, salsa, soul music, world beat, Osibisa, all these people, Osibisa and all those, those are the times we growing up in, so it's a rich environment and we're doing this in the islands, okay? So we exposed to what people are exposed to in the mainland, we exposed to what people are exposed to in the Caribbean, and, we live under an American flag with, and all that. And so this is the foundation, I would say, that would launch me into my spiritual quest. And a brother by the name of Bobby Richards, my spiritual brother, he was the drummer for Soul Busters. Their whole family were musicians. His brothers were also musicians, very close to our family. He gave me a book, Hansa Yoga, about yoga from the Himalayas in India. And that's what would start me to practice yoga. Before that, we used to, when I came back to St. Croix, when I graduated from high school, you know, and in St. Thomas, the brothers in St. Thomas who were the yoga man and the Rasta man, they were both yoga man and Rasta man, so you know. So that's the foundation, all right? But they were more Rasta man than yoga man because of his imperial majesty and teachings from Jamaica. But the yoga was the health, you know, taking care of the body temple, you know, eating right, you know, eating ital, bathing with the right water. They only bathe with rainwater, not water from the government, what we call potable water. They would only use cistern, or if they didn't have cistern water, if a stream wasn't running, they would use rainwater from the cisterns, you see, because
Neb Ka Ra, can we take a little pause here right now? I'm outside and it's starting to rain.
Oh, okay.
So I don't want my equipment to get flooded, but it looked like it's going to be a short rain. So I don't know what the next 30 minutes is looking like for you, or the rest of the afternoon is looking like for you. Because
I'm very open.
Free? Okay.
Yeah, I made this day just for you.
All right, perfect. So it just started raining. I'm looking for the rain to it doesn't look like it's going to be a heavy rain. So give me some minutes and we can continue, because I want to get into the whole yoga and Rastafari.
Sure.
And how it merged in the Virgin Islands. I think that's a very important thing in terms of what we're seeing right now. So, you know, the rain looked like it dissipated a bit. Let me just so the equipment doesn't get damaged, let me take some minutes and then we can continue, okay?
Sure, I'm here.
All right. All right.
No problem.
All right.
I just want to got me some fresh papaya juice, so I'm good.
Perfect. All right. So we're recording right now. So, you were talking about the convergence of yoga and Rasta in the Virgin Islands. I think that's pretty unique. I haven't heard of that anywhere else. What do you think caused that to happen? I mean, was there one particular person who was responsible for merging yoga and Rasta, or was it just something that just happened organically?
Well, for us in the Virgin Islands, there's a brother by the name of O'Toole that stands out for the yoga aspect coming here. And he was a tall brother, about 6'4", 6'5". And he played basketball and he came to UVI. And he was a vegetarian or a vegan. Most are vegan and a vegetarian. And, you know, in our islands, you have a lot of influence that comes from the mainland America. So he came to CVI and he was playing with the basketball team, and a couple others of them, about 3 or 4 of them came. And 2 of them were Muslims.
CVI, that's when it was the college.
CVI, that's CVI was College of the Virgin Islands before the University of the Virgin Islands. Yeah, we're talking about early 70s. I came because, you know, CVI came into being in 1967, 68. So he came, and based on our oral history, he would be the first one that I would say influenced a lot of the brothers, because he used to go in the ghettos and run ball with the brothers in the ghettos. Basketball, you know, like you know how it is in New York, them places, them brothers they go on the court, and you know, that's a place where we express our agility and creativity.
Where was he from?
He was from Ohio.
Ohio, okay.
Yeah, Ohio. And O'Toole, I remember him. There's a next brother named Bobby Lester, he came. Next brother named Sadiq. They were Muslims. And but O'Toole, he was a very good basketball player, you know, like on the level of Michael Jordan and them, you can say. And I say good. He used to, you know, from the top of the key, just come in like, Heru. Boom, that's how I see Michael Jordan, you know what I mean? Because you got to have that vision too, you see?
Right.
Yeah, to you know, calculate their move before they move in that split second of a time with those beautiful, you know, precious eyes that we have. And so he would be the one that influenced a lot of brothers in the ghettos to practice yoga.
So he was a yoga practitioner in the 70s.
Yes. And then now you have the merging of Rastafarian from the Caribbean and yoga happening right there, because both are talking basically the same thing. Then you had a group by the name of Osemande. I know it's a recording group. They used to sing a song, I forgot, Holy Mount Zion. When I was a Rastafari, everybody, you know, and they used to call themselves the first hippie. Rastaman as the first hippie, because the Rastaman influenced the hippie movement in the United States. A lot of people don't know that, as well as the yogis coming from India, because in India you have what they call a long line of yoga teachers they call sadhus, and they wear locks. And they have a big festival called the Kumbh Mela that happens every 12 years, I think it is. And the Kumbh Mela, when it's happening, all these sadhus come out. They have locks, some of them be carrying the locks, you know, I mean, locks like 20 feet long, you know, things of that nature. So here, this culture is, like you said, you know, you know, fertilization happening.
Yeah, and it's very interesting that it would be that because, like, let's just take Rasta for instance. Like, when you go India, a lot of those yogis and shamans, they have locks themselves, like what would
Yes,
look like what they call in dreadlocks, and
yes.
they smoke copious amounts of ganja.
There you
And
go.
where you get indica, the indica breed strain of
Yes,
ganja comes from
yes,
India.
yes,
You know, and they say that the sativa comes from South America. But
yes.
it's very interesting that the Rastaman and the Indian yogis are actually doing pretty much the same thing in terms of world outlook, in terms of relaxing, meditation, those type of things, you know,
Of course.
eating vegetarian. So for you, let's talk about your venture into yogis and then getting into like being deep within the Rasta community and the
Sure.
synergies that you saw. Was it something that was by accident in terms of your interest in both of them, or did it just happen? Like, did you plan it out? Like, this is what I'm looking for, and these two things speak to what I'm looking for. Like, was it strategic in your, you know, what I'm saying, your approach to embracing both, or would it just happen organically?
It happened organically, I
Mm,
would say. I would say it has a lot to do with the participation of the sacred herb also. Because when I first had my journey in that transfusion and change of consciousness with cannabis, it carries you into a state of mind that's very meditative, and you start to look at things from a different perspective that most you don't do regularly. And so I used to start to look at things from a different perspective. So it just started from there organically, I would say. And then, in like I said, we have a lot of influence. So from St. Thomas, while I was finishing school, I used to be seeing these Rastaman and Yoga man every day. And, you know, we used to talk and things like that. But again, you know, I'm still in high school. So I'm still, you know, living in parents, grandparents, that kind of thing, you know, and then changing the diet and thing. And then it was when I come home to St. Croix now, after I've finished 12th grade and get ready to, before I go off to college, like I said, Bobby Richards gives me this book. And now I have an interest. And then every morning, a group of us, same age group, we used to run, you know, and then we used to go to the beach and we go for a long swim. This is how it used to be in St. Thomas too. The brothers go running, they go to the beach, they go for a swim, they come, you know, light up the split for the hokwa, you know, get the hokwa and they do their thing and the ritual. Then they go eat some good, you know, vegetarian food, the yabapat, the aital, as it was called, you know, start to be
So
called and all that.
are all of these brothers, are they Rasta, or these are just brothers who have a certain affinity towards a certain type of
Well,
meditation?
the ones in St. Croix, we're basically, some of us are searching, some of us are more gravitating towards the yoga movement. Some are gravitating towards the Rasta movement. So, you know, and like I said, there's others who are going into the Islam. But the ones that we used to meet every morning, I would say I was more gravitating towards yoga. because of injuries I had sustained from playing football.
Mm.
So my quest is also a healing quest. Some of the other brothers, they were, you know, we were feeling. Now we had amongst us now in St. Croix, there was one particular brother that was very close to me. His name was Ayomo Solomon. And we knew one another from high school. And he was deeply into yoga. And he was a Vietnam veteran.
Mm.
And he was the first that I would say in St. Croix that I would say was a Rasta yoga man. Okay? He would be the first one I would say.
Give me 1 second, Neb Ka Ra.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So you were talking about there was a particular the athlete, and then you said there was another brother too.
Yeah, there was a couple other brothers. Some of them were Muslim. And then, you know, when I got back, I was telling you, yeah. So a group of us, we used to, you know, together, we would do things like go to the beach, you know, go running, then we go to the beach. And in the morning, and then, you know, we started to do certain stretches and things of that nature. But we used to take a long swim. We do stretches. And we'd go, you know, come into town, go by yucca, you know, eat fruits, you know, things of that nature. And so amongst us, most of the ones that I used to be with, they were brothers who were like in college or going after college.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in our community, however, a lot of brothers from like the ghettos and other areas, they started, you know, throwing their locks and moving more into what we would say as the Rastafarian movement. Or they would become our Rastafarian brothers. And I knew this one brother by the name of Ayomo, that was a spiritual name, Solomon, and is actually Andre Solomon. And he would be the one I know in St. Croix, from St. Croix, that I would say is the first yoga Rastaman.
Interesting. And a really interesting thing I noticed about St. Croix too was a lot of brothers have African names.
Yes. Yeah.
African names. And so,
yes.
So you could speak on that. You saw when that was happening, right?
Yeah. Well, all this transformation is happening, like I said to you, that, you know, with the movement in the States. Remember, around that time too, we had like Iliefe coming through the United States and all of that, you know? A lot of people identifying with the African culture, indigenous African culture practices beyond, it was sort of like, it was beyond just, it wasn't just Christianity anymore. You know, people are reaching out to their roots. You know, don't forget Malcolm X, you know, all these things happening with him going to Africa, and all these things are influencing the brothers and sisters here in the Caribbean. And when this movement first started, there wasn't as much sisters into the Rastafarian movement. There were mostly brothers, and a few sisters would, you know, trickle in. And so we had a next brother. He was directly from Jamaica, and I mentioned him to you the last time we had talked. And his name is Adebayo. Adebayo used to live in St. Thomas when I was in high school, and then he also came to St. Croix to live. And Adebayo, what I would say, is one of the brothers that influenced a lot of Rastafarians in St. Croix. And he was from Jamaica. And he has an African name, Adebayo. And him and Ayomo were very close. Both of them practiced yoga, because yoga was a way for them, you know, they didn't just like smoke ganja. These are brothers who are dealing with their health, you know what I mean? Seeking some spiritual development in themselves, and, you know, trying to break that cycle from, you know, what our colonial parents and grandparents went through.
Right.
And then, so amongst the community, we have a lot of brothers now, you know, leaving the ghettos and going into the rainforest, you know, right outside of Frederickstead town, and setting up little shanty in the, you know, in the bush, growing the food, you know.
These are all your brethren.
Yeah, people we grew up together.
You know all of them.
Of course. Of
Yeah,
course,
man.
and a few of them are still around and still keep the faith.
Yeah, man.
You know, a few have changed and went on into other things, but a
Mm.
few are still there. You know, like Rasfeda at Yucca.
Okay.
You know, he's one of the strong brothers. That's you know that, and people like
He-
him would influence people like Brother
okay.
Mario Moorhead. You
Okay.
know, yeah, because Rasfeda used to be on his radio program, and then Yuka, you know, kitching with Walla. That's Walla's husband is Rasfeda. All of
Okay.
we went to school together.
Okay.
So we are in the same age group. We don't, I mean, we don't pass one that we embrace. We, you know, it's like,
Yeah, you known
because,
each other from
yeah,
time.
we see the journey and we see, you know, it was a journey and we talk, it's a revolution.
Mm-hmm.
Rastafari is major revolution in the world.
Right.
Like I said, it's the one of the newest form of spirituality. Like Mutabaraka says, you could say, like one of the new religions of the black family race,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and it spread its teachings and philosophy and ideology of His Imperial Majesty and what he stood
Mm-hmm.
for and all that through reggae music.
Right. But you yourself, right? You within that, you were really dealing. So I'm trying to kind of trace you. You have there's a black consciousness thing going on. And you're also an
Yes,
athlete. You're also an athlete.
of course,
But you're also a brethren,
of course,
right?
of
Because
course,
more time is just like brethren and brethren,
right.
right? So brethren are just sitting around reasoning, and then they might call it like something, but it's just brethren's actually having relationships with each other from youth and growing up and discovering things together and having certain reasoning sessions, and some branch off and do this and some branch off to do that. But you have those memories of just really just being brethren. One of your brethren might be Muslim, one of your brethren might be have turned Rasta, but you all, when you were 10 years old
And
together, you all used to do.
we also had the other three, the African Hebrew Israelites.
Okay, you had them too. So let's talk about you. How are you navigating within all these different ideologies? Because I think what's really unique about you and your wife is that it seems that you all are comfortable. And you see, there's people who get into certain spiritual traditions and are very egocentric about it, or they're very chauvinistic about it, right? They think that, oh, I'm a Christian and my way is the only way, it's the right way, and everything else is, a lie, right? You have those types of people. But what I noticed about you and your wife is that you're equally as comfortable in a Rasta gathering as you are in other types of
That's right.
gatherings. And it's like you have a more cohesive understanding of all of these traditions, right? So like why so let's talk about you being a Caribbean man and you're growing up in St. Thomas and St. Croix. Reggae music is influencing you. You're into all of this, but then you're an athlete too. So you get into yoga really for practical reasons, right? Because of
Yes, yes,
stretching and getting your joints together and all that
that's right.
muscles together.
Exactly.
Then probably you buck up on a spiritual thing that's going on. But
Yes.
within all of this, you're within so many different brethrens with different spiritual ideas. So how are you navigating all of this, and why you yourself didn't become like a big time Rasta man per se? Some people from the outside might identify you as a Rasta man because that's who you're moving around with, and that's the vibes and all of that. No one could tell from the outside. You're eating the same food, you listen to the same music, all of that, right? But at the same time, it's not like you're rejecting Rasta or you're saying you are Rasta, but you have some other things going on. So I kind of want to understand your journey, how you were now, because I find it to be very fascinating. And then how you get into Kemetic spirituality, and say, this is what I'm dealing with as my identity. You get what I'm saying? But it seems as if you're not throwing away everything else. So I just think it's interesting. I don't know if I kind of outlined it
You have
too
a
well.
nice way of putting it.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just the
Well, I mean,
impression that I get.
I like the way you probing because it now gets me to bring it out, which it needs to come out because it needs to be heard. So I appreciate the gesture and I really thank you for what you're doing. So that question, I would say it this way. Uh, I'm a naturalist by nature because I grew up in nature. My grandfather on my mother's side, he would be my mentor in nature. Other than myself, I've always loved to be in nature, climbing trees, hunting, fishing, you know, outdoors. We lived a lot outdoors more so than indoors when we were growing up. And so nature has always attracted me. I've always loved animals, you know, and I've always loved fruits and, you know, well, we didn't care for too much vegetables from canned and frozen stuff, but, you know. But anyhow, while all this going on, I have this way of just letting things happen and growing because you're searching and there's like all these various dishes and menu on the table, you know, and so I have a strong, you know, religious background with my parents and how we grew up in our community. You know, we grew up Moravians. We had to go to church every Sunday, you know, and till we went through what we call confirmation. So we had to, you know, go to confirmation class and summer book Bible studies and Sunday Bible studies and all those things. So I would say that that root of, you know, biblical teachings was still there. So while I'm going through all this with the yoga and thing, the yoga that really attracted me, like I told you, is the health aspect of it. And then it would lead me to other things. And while that's happening, I'm also going off to college, just coming out of high school. So I'm going off to Florida A&M as an athlete to go play college football, actually. Florida A&M University with a scholarship. And, you know, so here I am now, have all this foundation, searching for self. I'm wearing, you know, African daishiki and stuff like that, and a little Muslim kufi, you know, because like I told you, I had one of my names was Bilal that I had chosen because my mentor in high school was a brother in the Nation of Islam. And so all of these things are happening, Christianity, Islam, yoga, Rastafarian, but I'm in school. And, you know, I'm a natural scientist, you know, by my nature. I like to, you know, poke my nose into nature, so to speak. I don't like to jump into things. I like to, you know, check them out, you know, see what they are. And so that's what I'm going through then. So I would leave St. Croix for a while and go to the States for a year, basically. But, you know, after college, but you come back Christmas time. And so when I'm after college now, I'm away from parents, away from friends and influence and all that. And so, and I'm practicing yoga, you know, using this Hansa yoga book. And my health is improving, you know, my diet is basically vegetarian diets, a lot of fruits. I was still eating some dairy products, you know. Once in a while, I think I had dabbled in some lamb, but my body rejected it, you know, and all that. So, you know, while I'm away in college, it's like culture shock. But while I'm in college, I meet a lot of brothers from the Nation of Islam in Tallahassee. And I meet some Sunni Muslims there in Tallahassee. When I used to be walking to go to the fruit, you know, the fruits and vegetables stand, the little farmer's market in Tallahassee, I used to pass these brothers and sisters and they would be on the campus selling like incense and, you know, oils and stuff like that. And, you know, we would engage and talk. And by the way, a couple of these brothers had locks in the United States, but they were Sunni Muslims and they dressed accordingly and things of that nature. And so in the mainland, I got a culture shock with the way we as a people were treating one another. And so, you know, I more went into the yoga aspect of it. And then when I came home for Christmas, I got a new yoga book at a bookstore by the name of Integral Yoga Hatha by Yogi Raj Swami Satchidananda. And then I'm starting to see yoga from a different perspective. And yoga does not teach itself as a religion. it teaches itself as a science, an art of health and spirituality. So it doesn't matter what religion you're dealing with. The essence of yoga is to teach yourself how to live in your body properly, how to take care of the body properly, and how to move towards more spiritual lifestyle and having peace, having harmony with your environment and other human beings. You know, there are those moral principles of yoga. So that would become my foundation now in my spirituality, yoga. Culturally, I'm still searching, but yoga now stabilizes my focus on the body temple, taking care of the temple, making sure I don't eat this, making sure I don't eat that. Every morning, get up in the morning, every evening, you know, doing the meditation and taking care of the body and healing it. And I would lose a lot of weight when I went back to the States after Christmas. I would lose like, I was 160, I lost 30 pounds. Came down to 130. When I came back in the summer, people didn't recognize me. I was so thin, they couldn't believe that was me. People want to know if I was starving myself in the States and all that kind of stuff. Looked like almost like skin and bones, you know. But I still had just muscles, pure muscles. But, you know, when you do yoga extensively for that period of time, your body changes. And that's what happened. You know, you become very flexible and all that. And while I was in the States, before I came back for the summer, the Nation of Islam used to visit me every week, trying to convince me to become one of the Fruits of Islam, the FOI members and all that. And I told them I'm not interested in any, you know, organized religion per se. So I'm not exposed to a lot of, you know, Rastafari in Florida and all that. It was after I come back now, that summer, was when I would hook up with Ayomo and Adebayo and, you know, the brothers between the practice.
When you say come back, you mean come back to St. Thomas, to the Virgin Islands?
I didn't hear what you said, bro.
When you say come back, you mean come back to the Virgin Islands?
Yes. When I came back to the Virgin Islands, I would then reconnect with some of the brothers who we used to work out together. Some of the other brothers there in college in the States too, and they're coming home for the summer too. Mm-hmm. And so we would connect, you know, and then by then I had stopped smoke ganja. Mm-hmm. I had stopped smoke ganja.
Okay.
And
what was the reason for stopping smoking ganja?
The Rastafarian movement was strong.
Mm-hmm. But what was your reason for stopping smoking ganja?
Well, again, from a scientific yogic point of view, you have yogis, followers of Shiva, who smoke ganja. But I was doing a particular posture. I had stopped smoke for a while, and I was doing a particular posture. And it's called the Mayurasana, or the fish pose, where you go and you put your head back and you spread your chest and you form an arch with the back, just your buttocks and your head touching the ground. And it opens the lungs. And I stopped smoke for about 2 months. And I was breathing deeply and smoke came out my lungs.
Smoke came out your lungs?
Yeah.
Just like that? That's
the question, you know, what's happening here. And you know, and then, you know, you study the lungs. The lungs actually exhales most carbon and inhale oxygen. And so I would start to look at it from that perspective. Mm. I always have ganja. Yes, always.
Natural thing, you know?
Because ganja is a part of my spiritual development.
Yeah, man.
Okay, the cannabis helped me. And I don't fight anybody because they smoke or anything like that. Right. You know, I always say everybody's going through their evolution. Yeah. Some people could smoke it and don't have no problem. As an athlete.
So how do you deal with it? What do you do?
I just
eat it?
I ingest it.
Okay.
Teas and various you know, things I make. I eat it.
Okay, so you don't smoke it at all?
No. Only when I'm around the brothers who smoke it.
Okay. Right. Right. You smoke a spliff every now and then just for,
But
you know.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this.
Hmm.
When I'm around the brothers, even if I didn't smoke and they get high,
Yeah.
I get high too without smoking, even if I'm not there when they're smoking.
Yeah, because you smoke so much
Because,
ganja in your life, or take so much ganja in your
and not
life, you
only
can
that,
activate it.
I connect with their energy.
Yeah, you could just
And I
activate it.
go into that like a you know a consciousness.
Yeah, yeah,
And then
yeah.
I could, you know, we communicate like that.
Yeah, you could just activate it within. Yeah.
Yes, you know, and so you know, I don't tell, you know, again, as a yoga teacher and in my evolution and things of that nature, it's my mother's influence a lot, I think. I don't force or try to, you got to do this, you know, to other people. You know what I mean? Everybody has to go through the thing. Now, if you come and ask me a question or I'm teaching something and, you know, you want to know why, like you ask me the question, then I'll explain it to you. But I don't, you know, and because I don't smoke mean that I better than the man who smokes, or I
Right.
higher than the man who smokes, or
Right.
he doesn't have a better consciousness and understanding of spirituality than I do. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Can't judge people by what they consume sometimes or what they're doing, because the human body is a, you know, a powerful natural phenomenon, especially consciousness.
Hmm.
And that's what I've learned in my journey. So I don't knock people because, you know, I get along good with people of all religions. Doesn't matter if you're a Muslim, you're a Rastaman, you know, I personally, I left religions, you know, for spirituality,
Hmm.
you know, because I think sometimes religions, my philosophy now is basically like, you know, all books that we call religious sacred texts are written by people,
Right.
you know, and, you know, sometimes people use these things to do awful things to other people because
Hmm.
they don't believe.
Hmm.
And I don't think that's how life should be. So, you know, growing up in St. Croix, I learned that from being with the Rastafarians, because when I came home now, I would start at UVI, and I decided I'm going to journey into find out more about Rastafari, because I see all my look, everybody, you know, a whole bunch of people come in Rastafari. Sisters now are into Rastafari. You know, people who I close with, who went to high school with, sisters and brothers are into Rastafari. And I said, well, I want to know what this thing is about, because I didn't really know about it, other than what we were hearing through music and, you know, when we had our little gatherings, people would be reasoning. So I did one of my term papers in Introduction to African Civilization and Rastafarian Culture. So I wrote a term paper on Rastafarian culture. So I did, you know, my research and things of that nature. And, you know, I decided, since their foundation is that they are the incarnated tribes of Israel, right? And it's founded in biblical foundation, spirituality. I didn't search as much into His Imperial Majesty's biography and that. I was just looking at the movement out of Jamaica, etc. Well, since it's biblical oriented, I need to know more about the Bible, because remember, I grew up with the Bible as my foundation. And so I would start to search there, and I would end up, after a certain amount of years, I'd stop college after a while, living with the African Hebrew Israelites.
Okay, so you lived with them.
Because I don't like to, you know, if I'm going swimming, I ain't gonna just swim. I got diving. If it got sharks or whatever underneath there, I'll meet them. Okay, I'm not just gonna stay on the surface. I want to go deep. You know, so I end up with learning Hebrew and all that. So my first entity that I would start as a business, a nonprofit business, was called Gan Eden Shalem Yakida Incorporated, and it's Hebrew. means a garden of the eternal tree of life. And so you see now why I'm doing this, because my foundation is still Christianity. Even though I'm studying yoga, I had the Muslim Islamic influence. Now with the Rastafari movement, they're more conforming to me now, like, hey, this thing is, you know, Israel and Hebrew. I need to know more about that. So I started that studies and things of that nature. And then after a while, going through all that, I have a very close relation with the Rastafarian brothers and sisters who we live in the rainforest together. They teach me all Yabapat, you know, how to cook ital with coconut milk and all that, you know. And I never used to smoke, but I used to live in the country with them. We would garden, go, you know, pragging food, and I have locks, and we go to the waterfall and we bathe and all that. But I wasn't like a Rastafarian. And I knew about the yogis from India, you know, and then something dawned on me while I was with the African Hebrew Israelites. And after I started the Gan Eden Shalem Yakida, I started to ask myself, because we started to get into some discussion. Then one day I asked myself, well, you know, I'm hearing about Israel, I'm hearing about India, I'm hearing about Lemuria, I'm hearing about Atlantis, you know, and all this New Age movements and all that. What about Africa?
Yeah, man, what happened to Africa?
I'm not hearing anything about Africa.
Yeah, we need to hear about Africa, you know?
I hear about Ethiopia.
Yeah, man.
Okay, His Imperial Majesty is the King of Kings and all that.
Yeah,
but
that's kind of reference through some Hebrew type of vibe, right?
Say that again?
In other words, that's kind of reference, like Haile Selassie was kind of referenced through the Hebrew type of vibe, because it's like his validation was through David, King David, right? The line of King David coming from Israel. So his kind of validation was through Israel and not necessarily his Ethiopian background. You get what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah. So you needed something that was more firm within the African tradition, even a Bantu type of vibe. You understand what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, yeah, man. Like, let's get Bantu about.
Right. You know let's hear. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Let's get into some Bantu languages. You know?
Exactly. Because you know, you're reading all this about, you know, I'm reading a book called Autobiography of a Yogi by Paramahansa Yogananda and all that. And they talk about India and all this and all that. Atlantis, Lemuria. I mean, I'm hearing all kinds of stuff. Israel and Jerusalem and. But I'm not hearing anything about Africa.
Right. And we need
you know, so I started to ask that question. And at the same time, my next brother, you know, Adebayo, brings a book to me called The Kybalion.
Okay.
And I was like, wow, Egypt?
Right.
I thought Egypt was bad.
Here we go.
You know,
here we go. The conversation.
I mean, Egypt is the one of the original places where people came for this mystic science, spiritual. Even the sages come from India and all over the places to wait, North Africa?
Right.
Am I hearing right? You know, I mean, I'm like 20-something years. I went to school, I've been to college, you know, I never heard none of this stuff. I was studying African civilization, but I never heard of that. We were studying like the Twa, or what we call the Pygmies, and, you know, the Sand people, the Kalahari, and what they call the introduction to anthropology and all that. But nobody talked about North Africa, Nile Valley.
Right.
I didn't know about Hannibal and all that either. You know, I didn't know anything about Carthage, Libya, all these places. And bam, that happened.
And how old were you around this time?
I would be 75, 76, 22.
Okay.
22 years old. Okay. And then, bam, I meet Lumumba from Dominica, a place where I'm sure you cherish.
Yeah, man. Love Dominica bad.
Yeah, the Garden of Eden in the Caribbean.
Yeah, man.
And Lumumba, he had studied Pan-Africanism. Lumumba was very influenced by the Black Panther Party. And he says, I have an extra copy of a book I want you to read.
So Lumumba is a brethren from St. Croix.
Yeah, he's from, a brother by the name of Neb Ka Ra. He's actually indigenous Kalinago.
Oh, interesting.
From Dominica. His mother and his ancestry, Carib, as they call. And his father is a Dominican, African Dominican man.
Okay.
But his mother is a herbalist and a midwife.
She's a Kalinago herbalist.
Right, he grew up as a herbalist.
That's a serious herbalist.
Say that again?
That's a serious herbalist.
Oh yeah, Lumumba taught me a lot about herbs, and he used to carry me in the bush and things that I grew up with. He used to say, this is so and so, and he gave the Patois names, the Creole name from Dominica.
Yeah.
And
his mother,
as we go along, me and Sabi and others, you know Dr. Sabi.
Yeah.
All right, well, all of we will converge in St. Croix.
Okay.
As we go along. So, he gave me the book, African Origin of Civilization, Myth or Reality by Chikanta Diop.
Correct.
And now it's like, I just had the Kibali and that was more metaphysics. It wasn't too much historical stuff.
Right.
But now come the Ainu and come all these teachings, about, Nile Valley culture and civilization in Africa and, the anthropological aspect and evolution. And it's like, wow, why was all this kept from us? And so that would become now my foundation in search of the African aspect of my acculturation and now my search for self from that perspective. Because now I said, we found it. And you find out now why they were hiding it from us.
Right. And
so at the time also, I must say that, I was in the bush as our brother, checking Rastafari. Rastafari says, hey, you're supposed to be carrying the vow of the Nazarene, Numbers chapter 6. So I studied the Nazarene and I found the Essenes. You see? So I would also study the Essenes, and the Essenes, coming from a man say that again?
Gnosticism.
Right. Gnosticism, right. Out of Egypt and Israel and those areas, Greece and all those places.
Even India.
Right. India, yeah. There you go. You see, and so all that, and then again, that would help with my, health and nutrition. I for a time, around that time, I would go on a raw food diet for almost a year. From studying the Essene Gospel of Jesus, the Essene Gospel of Jesus and that kind of stuff. I had the whole series. So here again, that's a part of the evolution. And so when I start to study the African origin of civilization, myth, or reality, Dr. Ben was coming to St. Croix, Dr. Joseph Ben Yakinen, who grew up in St. Croix.
Right, for those who don't know, that's one of our giants when it comes to uncovering African history,
Could you speak a little louder? I'm not hearing you.
I said, so for those who don't know, Dr. Joseph Ben Yakinen, affectionately known as Dr. Ben, was one of our great giants when it comes to really uncovering African history.
That's true. And he was one of the first Black Egyptologists.
Yeah.
Along with Chikanta Diop, both of them.
Exactly. These are some very important names,
Right, and Dr. Ben would have been one of the brothers in 1939 that put out a book called We the Black Jews.
Yeah.
You see, and he grew up as a Jew, as a member of the Falasha, Beta Israel, right here in St. Croix.
Yeah, his father's from Ethiopia.
Right.
And his mother's from what, Puerto Rico?
Right.
Yeah.
So then my journey now would be to know more about, while I'm still doing the yoga and all that. Remember, I'm still doing my yoga, all that.
True.
Still practicing yoga, those things. But now from a historical point of view now, I've found home.
Yeah.
Okay, so all those things that I've been studying, Rastafari, Islam, African Hebrew Israelites, all that, all lead to Africa.
Okay.
And that would become my foundation in my historical, cultural spirituality. And from there, I would grow and develop here. And, you know, so people know when we started Ghanaian Shalem Yakida, all that time I used to farm in the rainforest. So, you know, that's how I lived. I
So
just,
you have to slow that one down. When you started, what, Galim Shalim Yekida? What is that?
Gan Eden is Gan, capital Eden, Gan Eden.
Gan Eden.
Yeah, then Shalem is Shalem.
Okay.
Shalem. Yekida. I had a Hebrew dictionary that I used to get a name. Gan Eden Shalem. Yekida is Yechiddah. Yekida.
Okay. And what was that?
Say that again.
So what is that?
Which book is that?
I'm saying, so you say you started Galim.
Yeah, that was a nonprofit.
Okay. It's a
and that nonprofit was to start an agricultural movement.
Got it. Got it.
And we got a grant through CETA. That was a federal program through the Department of Labor. And all the students were Rastafarian except one.
Mm-hmm.
One of them was a brother who was a Muslim.
Mm-hmm.
So we had 12 Rastafarian, and I've always been identified as a Rastafarian.
Right.
Even the brothers, I mean, they always identify me as a Rasta man. You know, so the Rastafarians are my family.
Yeah, because
you know,
really it's like, I mean, you know,
yeah,
it depends
I mean,
on how people define Rasta. You know, it's like some people look at Rasta through liberty, right? And so in like the cultural liberty would say, okay, that's Rasta. You know what I'm saying? There's a certain cultural
Could you speak
liberty.
up a little louder, please?
Yeah, I was saying that there's a certain, can you hear me better?
Yeah.
I'm saying that there's a certain cultural liberty within Rasta. So it's like, it seems like you were 100% inside of that cultural liberty.
Yes.
You know what I mean? But then you have the theological aspect of Rasta.
Of course.
And so probably then you weren't 100% into the theological aspect of it, but you were into the liberty aspect of it. And so in that sense, like liberty wise, like it's natural for you to be within that group of people who's living off the land, who have a reverence for the land, who want to live natural, and also have an affinity towards Africa.
Of course.
Right? Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. So you might not.
Yeah, I mean, the brothers were strong in you know, in the repatriation movement and everything. And I saw an entire revolution in my time.
Right.
Of how our people in my community were transformed from more Christian, domestic, docile, colonial personalities to these spiritual brothers and sisters
who are anti-colonial.
You know, right, and would challenge, you know, and are about change. And it brought us closer to nature and the environment. It brought us more together for a common cause and all that. And, you know, love reggae music. I mean, you know, reggae music has played such an important part in my own development. People like Bunny Wailer, Bob Marley, Peter Tosh, Toots and the Maytal, you know, and many others, you know, Third World. Hey, it's like, it's a spiritual journey. And to see our people develop something from themselves. You know, because when we were growing up, that wasn't heard of.
Right.
You know, they were the authority, you know, and we had to do what they say. But all this I saw was something that came from us. You know, and so I've always have a very close relation and, you know, naming ceremonies for the brothers, because I would now go more into the Kemetic vernacular. And, you know, while doing that, you know, I would get, I had people like Shechem Mud Shechem, Rao Nefer Amen. I visited him and I went to a retreat with him in Virginia.
Yeah, that's the head of the Sarasat Society.
Right, exactly. The Sarasat Society. You know, then I was looking for, you know, people, and he was the first one that I met from the mainland by way of Panama who was doing something like that. And I was like, wow, you know, here it is. This is happening right in the United States. And so I was attracted to the Shechem teachings and, you know, read many of his books and different things, went to the mainland twice, you know, to meet him and different things, but came home. Then I also would eventually hook up with Sister Uta in St. Croix. You met Sister Uta?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Yeah, she had, you know, a chair in space, and she used the Kemetic, you know, Kedisheta and Hedisheta, the foundation of what the elements and their the elements and their qualities as a foundation for her education system. You know, earth, water, air, fire, you know, dry, wet, hot, cold, you know, that would be her foundation. I met her, and she was very astute in a lot of the history and the culture of Africa. And she had come from California. And through her, I would be introduced to Baba Heru. Okay, but now in St. Croix, now, when I was
Baba Heru out of New York.
Out of New York,
yeah.
But he grew up in the Caribbean.
Okay.
Between Dominican Republic, Tortola, and St. Thomas before he went to the States. And also here amongst us, you know, like I said, when I was doing my agricultural thing, all the brothers were Rastafarians, you know, except for the one brother. And so we had a camaraderie and a community.
Correct.
And we work together, we plant food, you know, make food, we sell drinks, we do a lot of things together. And there was a time I was also, I didn't go through all that, but I was a substitute teacher when I came back from college, almost for a year with the Department of Education. That's the only time I ever worked for government. And one of my students was a brother by the name of Kendall Peterson. He would become known as Siegel.
He was a student.
Rasigo. Okay? Rasigo would look up to me as big brother. He always calls me big brother, even before he passed. He always called me big brother. He said, hey, this is my big brother. You know, if I got a problem, I come into my big brother. And so we became very, very, very close. At times I would go by him and we would sit down and discuss, you know, African philosophy, Rastafarians philosophy. You know, we would discuss, you know, contemporary politics in the Virgin Islands, different things like that. He used to grow a lot of food. I grew a lot of food. We were working together to cause an agricultural revolution in St. Croix, to start an agricultural authority here in St. Croix instead of the Department of Agriculture that we have. We had proposed, he more so than I, but we had proposed legislation and everything. So we worked together, we were working together, and we were very, 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 very close. I mean, that's my younger brother.
Yes,
you know,
for a lot of people
yeah.
For a lot of people who don't know, who are listening and tuning in.
Could you speak a little louder, brother?
Yeah, I was saying that for a lot of people who don't know, that are tuned in, Rasigo was one of the more important and influential elders when it comes to the Rastafari community out of St. Croix. And he had a lot of strong relationships with a lot of the artists that come out of St. Croix that people know and love, and was a great advisor to a lot of them, and just a good brethren to a lot of them. And he was a farmer, and was one of the recognized kind of like officials within the Rasta camp, in the Rasta community in the Virgin Islands. You know, everyone knew who Rasigo was. If you like plugged in culturally a little bit, you're gonna hear the name Rasigo, even if you never met him personally, you know? Yeah. So that was somebody who you mentored a bit.
Yes.
People, yeah.
And Rasigo would also be a brother that would become a high priest in the order of Melchizedek under the Moorish Science Temple.
Oh, okay.
So, you know, he was a brother that, you know, he was always, you know, spiritually oriented and very open. He wasn't closed. And he also became one of my students in my yoga class. Okay, so, and so he is the one that I would say, and then Ras Iomo, I mentioned him earlier. Ras Iomo was the Rastafarian, and him and a brother by the name of Rasenia Dark Light. That's a brother who was a poet from Trinidad Tobago, but lived here in St. Croix and influenced a lot of the poets here in St. Croix. But, he passed on.
His name
But
is
he lived,
Rastenia Darklight.
yes, Rasenia Dark Light.
What a name.
Very, very much like Muta Buraka, Baruka, and others,
Yeah.
like yourself. Word Power Song. I mean, when he read his and did his performance, you got goosebumps all over. And he actually lived in the forest. Him and Ras Iomo lived in the forest. Both of them are Vietnam veterans, by the way.
Interesting.
Okay. And they used to visit my home. Sometimes I would just be in the yard, and I come home and Ras Iomo, they're cooking a pot.
Right.
Aital pot, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I just come home and Aital pot is there, he go in the garden, he pick this, he do that.
Yeah.
He brought some stuff and we'll get up, we sit there. And then there's the next brother by the name of Monty Thompson, Caribbean Dance Company. He was a brother who used to practice yoga too. He also helped me along the yoga path. And so both myself, Iomo, and Monty, we used to go in the hills, in the rainforest, and do yoga. And, we meditate. Then we'd sit there, and just reason about metaphysics and spiritual things and all that. Sometimes with Adebayo. And so, I grew up, like I says, like a lot of strong spiritual brothers and sisters too. Okay. And these are the people that had influence on a lot of other people. And there's going to be some more I'm going to mention as we go along. But I would say Sigo is one of the most open brothers. Adebayo, Ras Iomo, they're the ones that are the strong foundation in the yoga movement here in St. Croix that are also Rastafarians.
Okay, so Sigo was doing yoga too.
Yes. Okay. He
Okay.
started to do yoga, with his health conditions and things like that.
Okay, so now when you're talking yoga, right? A lot of people when they're talking yoga, they're thinking like India. But I know you have a more African-centered approach to yoga.
Right.
So can you talk about that, your like development in yoga, because it starts now informing the whole Kemetic yoga movement, and then how that affects a lot of the people that are now embracing Kemetic yoga or Egyptian yoga, and then
Sure.
you have the Muatta Ashby schools, who you know personally. You have your Sir Rahotep and these types of people, and you have like a lot of these young artists, reggae artists, are now into yoga. So you go to Jamaica, you will see yoga reggae retreats and things like that. And so, that's in 2020, 2021, 2019. You see these things. So I just feel like there was a seed planted with some of these things you were doing from like the 70s, 80s, and 90s. So can you talk about like your development? You get into yoga, you're probably getting it from like an Indian perspective, from Indian masters, and how did you make that transition from India to Africa within the whole like yoga arena?
Okay. Well, I would say that my introduction to Kemetic yoga would have been through the Kybalion. However, in the 90s, early 90s, late 80s, early 90s, a sister by the name of Aziza in St. Croix, she's also now, she has a masseuse parlor and she does, colonic cleansing and things right now. Again, she too lived in the rainforest, and our family also became close, very close. She had a bookstore in Christiansted. And, I've always been practicing yoga and things like that. So this is like in the 80s. This is right, I would say, before Hugo. Let's say 87, 88.
Okay. Hurricane Hugo.
Yes, Hurricane Hugo.
Yeah,
That was
mind,
a
right?
force.
Yeah. Keep in mind, right, that a lot of people who are going to be watching this are people who have never been to the
No,
Virgin
nothing, right?
Islands, have never been to the Caribbean. There's
Okay,
people
I
from
got you.
Africa watching, people from the States watching.
Okay,
So when you say Hugo, they're thinking it's a person.
right. So you know, remember after I got introduced to with Dr. Ben and thing, also I was doing my studies on you know, Kemet and all that. So I would be exposed to things like the tarot and all that. So the metaphysical aspect of it and all that.
Right.
And in 1979, I would say the first time that I started, and Shechem wasn't teaching anything like power yoga or anything back in the 70s. When I first met Shechem was Shechem in 1979, 1980.
Mm-hmm. The leader of the Asara
Set Society. But at that time, when I visited them, they were more into like capoeira.
Mm.
And they were teaching more like yoga from the Indian perspective. But when I would go to the retreat the next time, he was calling something power yoga, which he would identify as more, not Kemetic yoga, but he called it power yoga. But anyhow, so during that time from the 70s all through the 80s, I was searching and, you know, doing things like that. And so I would do a lot of research and African spirituality, Yoruba traditions and things like that, voodoo, you know, various aspects, Sangoma from, you know, culture of the Zulus and things of that nature, because my focus is on Africa. And one day I went to Aziza's bookstore and something just said, hey, look at me here, you know, that kind of spiritual guidance. And I see this tape. It was a video and it was called Egyptian Yoga. But before that, like I told you, we had people like Adebayo, Ras Ayomo. These were the yoga men, and we used to practice yoga in the hills. So we were doing this thing naturally. And then I had bought a book before then too. It was a book called Music in Ancient Egypt, Music and Dance in Ancient Egypt. And in that book, there were actually a few people sitting in a lotus posture. Okay, which is where you cross your legs above and you tie your ankles into almost your close to your hips in the pelvis areas. And I said, what are these people doing in this lotus posture? So this is before I even got the video. So there was something in me saying something that, you know, with the metaphysics and all that, something is there, you know, but then I come across this teaching called Egyptian Yoga by Yassa Israel, not Yassa Israel, by Dr. Asar Hapi. And Dr. Asar Hapi, you know, talks about Hathor Yoga. That's what he used to call it back then. And from our teachings, we know Ha in the Sanskrit word means sun and Tha means moon. So it means the union of the sun and moon forces in the human body. And he run it down that it was something practiced in ancient Kemet. However, it came from Africa and went to India, and it was, you know, kept in India, because we have to remember that, you know, when Kemet or Egypt was invaded by the Greeks, the Romans, and the Byzantine Christians and Europeans, these things were suppressed. And so that knowledge about all these things were kept quiet for over 1,500 years. Whereas the people in India, which is India, Kush, and all those places, they still kept the practice through Buddhism and all these teachings, even in the East, in what we call today China, the Taoist teachings and all that, of the yin and yang, and it's basically the same principles, you know, all over, you know, and it can be traced all the way into amongst the Mayans in Central America. Okay. And I've done my research, and, you know, there, anybody can, do that research. There's a book called uh, Ancient Mayan Science, by Humboldt Min. You can read it in there. And he also put out a book called, Mayan Yoka. You can find that there. So when I saw this film with Dr. Sar Happy, and my sisters carried it, I got a copy. And so after Hurricane Hugo, we had formed a group called Alkebulan Study Group. And so here it is, even before I was, doing things. Remember, this yoga movement starts back from the Rastafarian movement back in the 70s. So now we're 20 years in this movement, and now all these things are coming up. Like I said, the Rasta brother who was close to me and a yoga man introduced me to the Kibalion. So all these things are now conforming and sort of like authenticating that ancient Kemet had a lot of influence. And then that influence also would, in our time, influence us, the Rastafarians here in St. Croix, and would also go now into the brothers and sisters who are starting to move into the evolution of reggae and St. Croix. Okay? And people like Seago and, Rasvan and all the brothers from Midnight, not all the brothers, some of the brothers from Midnight and all that, there used to be conversations about, Kemet and the influence, and, then people were still, the Bible, and it was Kemet, Bible, we had these types of conversation would be going on. And so, and meanwhile, all that's happening, we're developing a new entity called Perank, based on our studies. And myself, I had a former wife, and she sort of like wanted to go a different route. And so we decided to separate. And I met Chinzera, coming from the mainland, from California, but by way of Jersey and the Dominican Republic. And we knew one another for over 10 years. And so, and she was a school teacher. And so we would connect. And with Sister Uta, who had come to live here in St. Croix in the late 80s, right? Again, the 80s, right before Hurricane Hugo, we were also connecting. And the connection was to implement an environment where we can start to teach and share knowledge of our ancestry, spirituality, culture, history, and also production. But to have an institution where we can develop an institution that would share this kind of knowledge and eventually become a university. So all of these things that we're discussing. And so Sister Chinzera and I, we came together, and that's what happened. And through Sister Uta, I also learned about Baba Heru in New York. That's Ankara Samaj out of New York, of the Shrine of Ptah, who is the master craftsman with jewelry, as he calls them, or jewelry, as we know them. We call them Sa in our ancestral language. And he's a master craftsman. He does the jewelry and stuff that we wear and things of that nature. And so this would evolve into what we call Perank. And that's where Seago and that, would come and study yoga with us and things of that nature. Him and his wife, okay? And then we had Queen Afua would come to St. Croix and all of that. And then you had people like Sister Desiree and my wife, they're very close,
The singer.
Yes, okay. We have a brother by the name of Reginald Ashby and his wife Karen Ashby. They were living in St. Croix. They were here with when Hugo happened. His wife Karen, she was a veterinarian doctor taking care of animals, and so all of us would connect here.
And then Reginald Ashby becomes
right.
He becomes Muata Ashby.
Muata Ashby, he would evolve into Muata Ashby, yeah.
Right. Who?
And before that, we also had in the early 80s, I got to go back here, in the early 80s when Uta first came and Brother Ulu came and Sister Karen came and Brother Afra came, all these brothers came and sisters came from the States. And they were into, you know, raw foods and healthy living and all these things. And the sage of healing came and lived here for a while. I have to say this, and that's Dr. Sabi. Okay, because he was here between here and Dominica. Because he lived in Dominica for a while, and then when he left Dominica, he came here to St. Croix. Okay, and so all that would converge and influence the Rastafari movement right here in St. Croix. So we had discussions. He opened his shop. Uta had her bookstore. We had a next sister named Elana. She had a bookstore. A lot of books were selling. All this consciousness was going on, you know, with the Rastafarian movement. We have all the reggae happening and all the, you know, the Bob Marley and the Peter Tosh and, you know, and look, St. Croix was like a little Mecca in the Caribbean.
Right.
For spiritual development, I would say. A lot of people don't know that. It's an atmosphere that attracted people. Like I said, Dr. Sabi. Dr. Sabi lived here for almost 2 years.
Right.
And we would have discussions. Would start six.
You probably didn't know his wife then, too. One of his wives.
Of course.
Do you know Annette Thomas?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Annette was the daughter of a Crucian son.
Okay.
Her father was from St. Croix. He used to sing Calypso.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And one of the Dr. Ben's profound students.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Man.
We call it Thomas, you know, Boney. We used to call him Boney Thomas. One of our elders, one of my mentors.
Oh, okay.
So I knew his daughter, and then when Sabi came, she came with Sabi.
Right.
And I think her name was Uma. I forgot his next wife's name. But he came with several wives.
Right.
Okay. And we had fun with Sabi because Sabi was the one that would challenge any religion.
Right.
Would challenge any ideology you have, you know. And Sabi was one of the greatest teachers I had. I would spend nights with Sabi and the brothers, you know, brothers and sisters. We sit all night sometimes. You know, discussion starts 7, 8 o'clock. We got home, you know, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
You know, and so like St. Croix was my university too, you see. And these people, Dr. Ben, you know, Sabi, and I could name Dr. John Henry Clark, and a lot of people passed through here. Boney used to come here. That's Annette's father. And he lived there for a while before he passed. And Boney would educate us on African history as a direct student of Dr. Ben for almost 40, 50 years, you know. And so when I reflect on it, you know, beautiful island, beautiful people, you know, that helped this evolution. And so all this was here, and we have a lot of brothers and sisters exposed to this, and you know, brothers from Midnight and all. This is a place that was culturally, like you said, cross-fertilizing all types of philosophy and historical information and movements and ideology and spirituality. And so I think that's what did this movement that you see, this new reggae that came out of St. Croix would evolve out. All this would contribute to that. And like I said, the Rastafarians and that's our family. That's our family. They always invite us. If there was somebody want to get married, they called us. And we performed their wedding, naming ceremonies, internment, in terms of, you know, their last rite before they moved into the spiritual world. And so we have a direct bond because we want people, you
Right.
know, we want people. And so,
And so, and per Ankh is Pan-Africanist in nature.
say that again.
So, and per Ankh, it's Pan-Africanist in nature.
Of course, it's foundation. I mean, Dr. Penn, John Henry Clark, you know, Ivan van Sertima, most of all, Winwood Blyden, you know,
Right.
Hubert Harrison. We talk about people who come from St. Croix and
Right.
in the
Right.
Virgin Islands too. So, you know, a brother by the name of Victor Brady used to play piano, steel piano, and
Mm-hmm.
grew up here. He was called the champion of darkness, who challenged Einstein and said that he has something that travels faster than the speed of light. And he says if Einstein could show him anything that travels faster than the speed of darkness, then he'll humble himself. So again, somebody grew up in St. Croix and went worldwide playing piano. I mean, steel piano. He called it steel piano, but it was actually steel pan out of Trinidad.
Mm-hmm.
He revolutionized the steel pan. He became one of my mentors.
Yeah.
And I would, you know, we would, again, he's a kind of brother. I go on the phone, you know, we would talk and we start discussion 11 o'clock at night. You look, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. You know, I mean, and he had an entire philosophy about darkness, you know,
Yeah,
and he has a
St.
book
Croix,
written about it.
St. Croix has some very serious characters that come out of that island.
Say that again?
The St. Croix has some very serious characters that come out of that island.
Yeah,
Historically wise, like even they have all men. Like I don't know if you know, ever heard of Casper Holstein.
of course.
Yeah, of course you have. These type of men come out of there, and like you said, like the Dr. Benz and these artists. It's like
Hubert Harrison.
yeah, some very serious people come out of the Virgin Islands that people are not, worldwide fully aware of,
That's right.
And it's a very unique place. And people would say to me, this reggae
As a
that's
matter
coming
of
out.
fact, if I share this with you, Victor Brady said he used to meet a brother from Nigeria. They always met at a barber shop. And this brother, I didn't know his brother name, but he told me this. The brother told him one day, he says, Victor, when you go to St. Croix, I want you to bring me back a gallon of water from St. Croix. So Victor says, why? He says, man,
Must be
I got to
something in the
drink the
water.
water from St. Croix because that water got something in it. You got too much consciousness coming out of St. Croix.
Yeah,
So with the reggae movement,
yeah.
and Gerald Massey in his book, it's in the book of beginnings.
hmm
One
For
day I
those
was
people
reading
who
that
don't,
book.
and for those people who don't know, Gerald Massey was like a self-taught Egyptologist,
That's
and
right.
he's actually
In the
one of the
19th
more
century.
yeah, he's one of the more legitimate ones. Even though he's coming from a European background, he's one of the more legitimate ones who was more honest than the rest, who really got into the African origins of Kemet and a lot of the pharaohs and a lot of the cultural traits. And so Gerald Massey was a giant. So that's who he's talking about when he's talking about Gerald Massey for the listeners.
Yeah, so Gerald Massey in his book, and one day I'm looking through this book and it says St. Croix, Danish West Indies. What? So I read it. And this is what it says, because this is going to connect to you now.
Mm-hmm.
It says in St. Croix, the spiritual people
Mm-hmm.
don't feel clean unless they bathe with pure rainwater from the cistern.
Okay, that's real talk.
So I said the magic word to you, cistern.
Yeah, yeah, that's real talk. That's real.
And this isn't Gerald Massey's work.
Right. So for those who don't know the backstory, the inside joke there is that it's not really a joke, but um, brother Neb Ka Ra is a construction genius. He does construction work, and he'll be um, displaying some of his newfound methods that he's been developing over the years. But I'm also have a construction company in Africa, some people may know, and I have built cisterns in Ghana. and we're going to continue to build more. And so that's why he's talking about cisterns. And I picked up the whole cistern technology and the whole
That's right.
cistern methodology from the Virgin Islands, from my time living there, and saying Africa could use this to catch rainfall because we get a lot of good rainfall in Africa. So that's the reference that he's making.
Yeah, and that's something so beautiful that Africa needs so much now, and it's going to do a lot of good things for Africa.
Yes. Neb Ka Ra, could you hold it right there?
Sure,
I'm going to take a
sure.
quick pause, all right?
No problem.
All right, we can continue. It was a great conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this conversation, getting a lot of background of, some of the special people coming out of this, particularly St. Croix, I know you equally have footsteps in St. Croix and St. Thomas.
That's right.
But as people would know, whenever you're looking at the cultural underpinnings of a place, you have to start with a place that is strong in agriculture. Because, the root word of agriculture is culture. And what you find is that any country you go to, the culture of that country is literally encapsulated in the agricultural people, in terms of the folk stories, the folk ways, the mores. Just like when you go to America and you want to know about like Black people in America, you really have to start with the agricultural Black people of the South. They laid the foundation for the cultural underpinnings of Black America. That's why most, I grew up in Chicago, and all of my friends during the summer, they used to go down south to where their grandparents live. All of them were either going to Alabama or Mississippi. That's where their grandparents lived. So they were just transplants from the south to the city. So anywhere you go, like if you go to Jamaica and you want to get into like the deep, deep, thick patois, you have to go to the countryside. Living on the land, living on the land and working with nature. And there's no mistake that out of the 3 U.S. Virgin Islands, the island that has the strongest culture of agriculture is St. Croix, because of the topography of St. Croix. You have 3 Virgin Islands that are called U.S. Virgin Islands: St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John. St. Thomas and St. John are basically just big rocks with mountains, whereas St. Croix is very flat, where you can
80%.
you can do farming there. It's very easy to do farming there. Things grow like crazy in St. Croix. They're
That's
very
right.
fertile there.
That's right.
Actually, St. Croix gets more rainfall.
It does.
And so it's no mistake that these same people who are responsible for the agriculture of the U.S. Virgin Islands, being St. Croix, are also the cultural gatekeepers for the Virgin Islands. If you want to know about the culture of the Virgin Islands, you have to start with St. Croix.
And by the way, St. Croix is south of St. Thomas.
Yes.
So it's like that same old
like
north and south,
you have to like
same in Kemet. It's the south.
Yeah, there is no telling the story of the Virgin Islands without St. Croix.
That's right.
That's where you get fire bun. You know what
That's
I'm saying?
right.
That's where you get, you just get a lot from St. Croix, but then you also know that during slavery times, you better believe that slavery in St. Croix was probably much more harsh than it was in St. Thomas and St. John, because of the fact that people were used as free labor for agriculture. And the most agriculture you had was in St. Croix. So you're going to have...
We had a lot of maroonage in St. Croix.
Exactly.
Yeah, maroons.
You're going to have some of the greatest rebels, the largest number of rebels coming from St. Croix, because of the topography, what was happening in terms of commerce for St. Croix. So it stands to reason that you would get a lot of the cultural heroes, whether it comes from music, whether it comes from the arts, whether it comes from politics, whether it comes from language, whether it comes from new styles. That, you can just predict that it's going to come out of St. Croix, where the culture has to be rich because the people are living closest to the land. And then, and really, that's the only island in the Virgin Islands that if you don't pay close attention, you might not understand what the person's saying if you're coming from the mainland.
We talk rock Crucian.
Yeah. Crucian VI talk is different than other VI talk. It's just
Yes,
thicker. It's a thicker accent. It's just like you gotta
it is
listen
true.
really carefully, especially if you're talking some real hardcore cruising man. You know what I mean? Like some real hardcore. Like I sometimes I would have to listen to catch everything, you know. And that was one of my good friends when I was saying uh even in my early Miami days, there's a brother named Melanie Ganji who's a singer. Big up Ganji anywhere you there. And I met his cousin. His cousin, he has a cousin in St. Croix called Black. Everyone calls him Black. Big up Black wherever you are. You know what I mean? And and yo, like when Black would talk, I would have to really listen hard. But he's speaking English. It's English he's speaking, you know. But when Black is talking, I have to listen hard to make sure I understand everything this man is saying because the accent is so thick. You know what I mean? So, and that's from St. Croix. I never had that in St. Thomas. I never, in St. John, I could understand you can understand people. For people don't really realize is that those who have never been to U.S. Virgin Islands, here's what I'd like to share with you. Like, it really is not America. Like, it's not. You know what I mean? Like,
Need
you
to
can
get that
tell,
clear.
yeah, it really is not America. Like, first of all, you drive on the other side of the road. That's number one, right? Number two, like, when people's talking, you know that they're not Americans. Whether you're in St. Thomas, which is like the center of commerce there, when you hear the person from St. Thomas or from the Virgin Islands talk, you know that you're in a different country. That's just clear. Like there's nothing about the Virgin Islands that really reminds you of America. Nothing about it. Nothing. The
Yeah, we don't have
beaches,
them big buildings and all that
no,
stuff here.
like
Yeah.
it's clearly a different country that has been forced to be part of a country that, like, you just get a US passport. Like, if you're born there, you get a US passport. All right? So you get that. But really, you are in a different world. Like, this is a whole different place. People don't understand. Like, even I'll give a quick story just to kind of lay the table for people to understand who we're talking to. Because when you see a brother like this and he's telling you his stories and where he's coming from and the convergence of all these things, like, this is coming from somebody who really didn't grow up in America. Is part of America, but you didn't really grow up in America. Like, it's different. This is what people need to understand. Like, it's a completely different world. It is really like being in Africa with certain modern amenities. That's what
Very,
really, you know what I mean?
very good
Like,
analysis.
yeah, it's different. So that's why when you're seeing like these types of personalities come out of this place and they're like hardcore kind of African personalities, it's because they never stopped being African. You know what I mean? Like, these are agrarian black folks who were the majority. Think about that, and they're part of America. The 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 experience of most agrarian black people in America was being a minority. Think about that.
That's the truth. That's
Whereas
why I had a culture shock in Florida.
yes, yes, they suffered the tragedy that all people who are overwhelming minorities numerically suffer. Whereas the black people of St. Croix, who are also farmers, tropical people, had the benefit of being a majority, so therefore could hold on to more African retentions. So when you fly and you land in St. Croix, you could have just landed at any airport in Africa. As a matter of fact, the airport in St. Croix reminds me of the airport I flew into in Onitsha in Nigeria, off of Lagos. You know what I mean? There's an airport there. literally, and you fly. The planes are the same size as the planes like in St. Croix. Like if I close my eyes, and it was it's in the east. It's in the east part of Nigeria. I remember flying there, and then I went to St. Croix, and I flew there, and I'm like, wow, like if I didn't know where I was, I would think I was flying into this airport in Nigeria. So it's like you had this benefit of this black consciousness. It never went away. It never went away, right? So it would make sense too then that like you would be embracing of the traditions, the different traditions that some would think are divergent, right? Because you can find a hardcore man, Rasta man, who don't want to deal with you because you don't hail Haile Selassie. You can find those men, you know. And then you can find some hardcore Rasta man who will just love you because you love Africa, period. That's his hardcoreness. That's where it's coming from, you know what I'm saying? And so, like, you had the benefit of seeing all of that and at the same time embracing all of that. So, like, user man, probably, you're very comfortable at Bingies.
Of course. We don't have no problem. None whatsoever.
Right.
You remember you were in discussion with us in St. Thomas when we were the brothers, and we sat and we had discussions right there by we grow food. And powerful.
Yeah.
We want people. That's the important thing. We want people, and we got common yabapat, the earth.
Yes, the
soil, and that culture, And here you have a strong matriarch too.
Okay.
Very strong matriarch.
Okay.
So when I was in Ghana and Nigeria and all, I said, hey, I at home too.
Yeah.
Because you can relate the food. You can relate, how we talk and the mores and the attitude and the soft teeth and the whole nine.
Yeah. We the only people who choops,
It ain't changed. It's still there.
Yeah, we the only people who choops. Nobody else.
Right,
choops us,
Right. So, so all this evolution, I would say, especially in the late 70s, mostly in the early 80s, a lot of transformation happened in St. Croix. And then, like I said, people like Dr. Sabi, and that's when some of, like Ron and some of these people, they're evolving in their music. Their music is coming out all then, starting to come up.
Yeah.
Because we know some of the, especially my beloved queen, she knows all of them.
Right.
She's
their educator.
Exactly. Exactly. She was a teacher in high school and these places.
Yeah.
And
I heard about Dr. Chin, before I even came to to the Virgin Islands.
Yes.
I moved there in 2011. Lived there for like close to like 9-8 years. And before I moved to the Virgin Islands, I heard about Dr. Chin and the work that she was doing in terms of curriculum and Africanizing the curriculum.
Yes.
So
yes.
Man, there's so many seeds that y'all have planted that you just don't realize how it's spread around the world. Because I'm telling you, I've had phone conversations with people from the VI before I even met you all and heard about Dr. Chin and heard about, her being like a Kemetic priestess. And I was like, wow, that is
that's right.
You know what I'm saying? In St.
Yes.
Croix. Now it kind of made me understand a little bit more why the St. Croix music, the reggae music was deeper,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Very conscious and spiritual.
The lyrics are a little bit different.
Very conscious and spiritual.
And the timing is different. The timing is different than Jamaican roots music.
Seagull is the one that enlightened me. He says, big brother, you don't know that St. Croix reggae taking over the industry where Jamaica fall out, because Jamaica, they gone into more of the dance hall thing and the rude boy thing. That's what Seagull telling me before he passed. So because midnight is going all over the world.
Yeah.
I hear this, Mother Nile. Very close to our family,
But listen, I don't even think you caught what you just said. See, she's a reggae artist that he's talking about, a conscious reggae artist out of St. Croix. Very conscious, African, 100% African looking woman, keeps the
Oh
culture,
God,
keeps the culture.
African
Yeah,
period.
she's African.
You know,
Plus,
if
plus
well,
tax.
how?
Like she's just, you can see her, that's a vibesy. You just know the vibes. That's Mama Africa. You know what I
And
mean?
the
And this is
attitude,
someone who's born in Africa.
how she
This is
dressed, the
someone who
whole
lives in
nine yard.
Africa telling you this. Like I'm
That's right.
telling everyone this. Like when I saw Mother Nile, I'm like, okay, yeah, that's an African woman. Period. Like there's no, you know what I mean? Like
Oh yeah,
there's nothing, like she moved like an African. She looked like an African. Her rhythm like an African. That's a pure Mama Africa, right? But check this out.
multi-talented too.
Yes, but check this out though. What's her name? Mother Nile. You don't think you and Dr. Chin played a role in her having the name Nile? That's what I'm trying to say. You didn't even catch that.
I got it. That's why I got it. She calls Dr. Chen mom. She calls me dad.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
That's the reverence.
She decided to take a name, but
That's
the
right.
reverence also is she decided to take a name.
Yes.
She might not even, I don't even know if she recognized it, but it came natural to her to say Nile, Kemet.
That's right.
That don't just come out of nowhere.
That's right.
There's a foundation. And it would be interesting, man. Why don't you all do me a favor, right? Give her a call tonight. Ask her why she chose the name Mother Nile.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, she's there where you are now.
Oh, okay.
She recording.
Okay.
She coming with
another. Why she took the name Mother Nile?
We gonna ask her. I gonna ask her.
Yeah, I want to know because.
And how she spell it too.
Yeah, like I'm saying, like there's work that's been done in this
place
that created this consciousness towards Kemet, and I'm just saying that like it's right at your doorstep. Like you and Dr. Chin played such a role. I don't think that you all recognize how strong of a role and where it's led to. In Jamaica now, the reggae artists are doing reggae yoga.
Yes, love it.
They're doing reggae yoga, but then they're wearing ankhs.
Yes.
They're talking about Kemet too.
Yes.
These are the young reggae artists, and they look up to, I know, because I know some personally, and they look up to the VI reggae artists. They look up to them in terms of their musical genius and their lyrical content and their different type of flow. A lot of them study the Midnights and study the Desirees, like Midnight Desiree and the Ross Attitudes and the Batchers. They study these artists, and these artists didn't just come out of nowhere and come out of a vacuum. There's a certain history and a certain seeds that were planted that they ate from that table, It's a different type of conversation. And that brings me, like, one of them I love a lot is Ross Attitude, like just
of course, yes.
I love Ross Attitude.
Yes.
With him, man. I just like him as a human being.
He's just a powerful brother.
Yeah, I love Ross Attitude, and I'd love to have him. I'm gonna have him on the show because I want to dig into that too.
Yes,
it's like cultural education, growing up in the Virgin Islands, and how that really affected and made his lyrical output a bit different than his other contemporaries from different islands.
And you must also, our people must also realize that the Virgin Islands is a cross-fertilization of all the brothers and sisters in the Caribbean.
Okay, talk about that.
Well, remember, we had a economic explosion here with the Industrial Revolution, with the oil refinery and the aluminum refinery. And what happened is a lot of the tradesmen were not available here locally. And you find that even during the colonial era and post-slavery, people have always been traveling in the Caribbean where work is. So for instance, my grandfather on my paternal side, he passed on in the Dominican Republic because they used to go there to cut sugar cane. Mm-hmm. You had a lot of people from the Virgin Islands who would also relocate to Panama when they were building the Panama Canal. You would also have some relocate to Cuba during the Cuban tourist industry boom. You see, and the casinos and all that before, it deteriorated, and then Castro saved it, you see. So the Caribbean have always been a place where, people moving, between places. Like in the Dominican Republic, you have the masquerading, what they call cuculo, all that. And when they talk about that history, they talk about the family from the Virgin Islands, family from St. Kitts, family from St. Martin, family from Antigua. You see, so all this cross-fertilization in the Caribbean is always occurring. And like you said, it has never stopped. It happened with the Kalinago and the Tainos and the Arawak too, you see? And so when we had this economic boom, because remember, in the 60s, you have, going into the 70s, the biggest oil refinery in the world on a little island called St. Croix. And so you also have a big aluminum refinery in St. Croix, maybe the third or the fourth. And so you have people coming from Jamaica who know about bauxite. Right. People from Guyana who know about bauxite. Right. Okay, South America. So they converging here in St. Croix. Right. So all these people are coming, the parents coming here to work, and the children coming with them, and we were cross-fertilization in school.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So there is a mixing and it's like a kitchen with a menu. And we got the ingredients, so we putting this together, and it would then, emerge and evolve, it's like, and mold itself into what we have today. A beautiful.
Yeah. And then have like a Santo type vibe.
Exactly. So we have all this convergence here, and so
Puerto Rico, Santo.
Right. So that's something that people need to be aware of, that this contributes. So when we have the Mother Nile and all are we interrelated and families and things, it's rich. It's rich. And we're not talking about melting pot New York City type thing. We talking about culturally enriching with one another. And then we would travel to, I would go to Dominica, I would go to St. Lucia, we go, and so some of that cross-fertilization would be also, since we had lost some of the agricultural base with the Industrial Revolution here, those people coming here would reinfuse agriculture because they're still close to the soil. Reinfuse the trades and the skills of building, because a lot of them came for those reasons. Because the so-called Virgin Islanders, native Virgin Islanders, as some people call them, a lot of them would do what? Go to the United States to live, to the so-called father country, the colonial country, and that leaves a void. So people come, and so we have this cross-fertilization of culture and expression and language, but the language at St. Croix is still Crucian. Even though you got people here that will talk Creole, Patois, and all that thing, when they go to school, it's still Crucian. So Crucian is a language.
Yes,
Sint-Tomian is a language.
Yeah.
Each one of us have a distinct language, All
right. So this will be interesting, right? So tell me the difference between how someone from St. Thomas will say something and how someone from St. Croix will say the same thing.
All right, let's start with a simple thing.
Yeah.
St. Croix will say, come here. Come here, we say, come here. St. Thomas, they're going to say, come here. They don't say, come here. Okay, let's take the next simple one.
Here.
We will say,
that's true, that's how you're talking. Over
here. Okay, now we'll say, go over there. They're going to say, go over there. Okay? Pear, which we call avocado, we call it pear. Like how you say, American or European pear, you say pear.
Right.
P-A-R, pear. In St. Thomas, they say pear. You see? Come here, go there. That's St. Thomas. Come here, go there. That's okay. So we always, when we were growing up, because my parents from St. Thomas, I used to go to St. Thomas every summer, grandparents. So all my cousins and thing over there, we all up to the matriarch, the grandmother, and the grandmother's a matriarch. She taking care of all of we in the summer with the grandfather. And we always going at one another with this thing about, oh, he crucial talk, but come here and go there, and just how we talk. So it's always something that we had between us. So those are some of the few that I would use. And then, our Creole is more closer to Jamaica and Antigua.
Okay.
That's what we found. Yeah. Antigua and Jamaica are more closer to the way we talk. Yeah. And then St. Thomas, more closer to Barbados.
Okay, interesting.
And you have a lot of people from Barbados who went to St. Thomas. So, yeah.
That's very interesting. So, one of the things I do want to talk about with you is Kemet. And it looks like it's starting to rain.
Yes.
It's gonna look like it's coming hard, but it hasn't really hit me yet.
So it's just passing in the next.
Yeah, like I'm looking down. It's really weird. Like there's one spot where it's raining really hard, and there's another spot. It's like where I am, it's not raining at all. But we'll ride this out.
Okay.
So I want to ask you. I know that you went to Kemet.
Yeah, I went to Kemet a couple of times. Yeah,
Kemet a couple of times. Let's just talk.
But before we go there, I wanted to touch on a base before I went to Kemet. What happened, because we were, the 80s, the 90s, a lot of things happening. But something important in the yoga movement in the States happened here in St. Croix in the 90s. All right. I mentioned somebody by the name of Reginald Ashby and Karen Ashby.
Yes.
Their introduction to African spirituality occurred here in St. Croix, this cross-fertilization. Okay? They were part of the Al-Keblan study group, and I kind of like brother Dr. Moata Ashby now, and I'll give him his prop, we became very close. And so he had, somebody who went through the formal education system. So, I said, his wife is a veterinarian and all that, Dr. Karen Ashby. And so we became close, the family, And I was doing a lot of research on the Kemetic yoga. Like I told you, I had the tape and all that from Sister Aziza by Dr. Sar Happy. And I was also doing my thesis for college under Per Ankh. And I was doing a lot of my research on yoga and the similarity between African metaphysics in Kemet and the yogic teachings and principles. And so, we exchanged things. I would share a lot of things with him. And I also introduced him to Dr. Sar Happy, Egyptian yoga. And even before then, at the time, and this is all truth, and I'm saying this out of humility and love for my brother, because when he first became aware of this knowledge, he became very angry. Because he wanted to know, like me, I too went through that journey, you see, so I could relate to him. Because I too was in college when I found out all this thing about my ancestors. And I was like, why was all this hidden from, why was all this knowledge hidden from us about the greatness of our ancestry? And so, we exchanged a lot of things. And, after the Hurricane Hugo, we We were here, we do work together, doing all kinds of things, etc. And then, for whatever reason, they decided to move to the States. But his foundation and that awareness of him journeying into this journey of light, yoga, and all the teachings started right here too, in this cross-fertilization right here in St. Croix. And in his first books, you could see it because he always called Crucian Mystic Publications.
Interesting.
Yeah, Crucian Mystic Publications. Now, I don't know if he mentions any of the experience he had with some of us here, but, you know, he's a good brother and he's taken that Kemetic yoga, as he calls it, Egyptian yoga, to cross-fertilize many of minds in mainland America.
Yeah,
And
one of my, I think, well, more than one, but one of my very, very good friends trained under him.
yeah,
And I remember when he was training under him. And I
yeah,
remember some other friends of mine.
yeah,
They trained under him in Miami.
yes, yeah. Because what happened is when he went to Miami, he would then start to study under a brother from India, and you know, study and you know, went through the practice from there. Like I did too. I didn't go through all that, but in '77, myself, let's see, not 75, 1975, I too had went to Connecticut to study with the same Swami Satchidananda that I told you I'd gotten his book when I came back from college one time. So that's where I became certified in teaching yoga and all of that. So I just wanted to mention that because after that is where you know, I already had the Perunk, we already started the Perunk in 1989, the same year Hurricane Hugo passed. And so in 95, well, before that, in the 80s, 90s, I was studying with Dr. Yosef Ben Yakana, Dr. Ben as he's known. And, you know, every year Dr. Ben carried people to Kemet. So I journeyed my first trip with him. And for spiritual reason, it wasn't just a trip. And we didn't go with a big group. We went with a small, selective few, like the Marine says, you know. Yeah, a few good men. Didn't go with a big group, just went with a small group for particular reasons. And, you know, that's when after that trip, I would then focus especially my energies on looking for others and finding others that we can do what we have to do. And, you know, and after, you know, all during then, that's of Dr. Chen and I, Chenzer, you know, we had just merged. And so what would come out of that, again, even though we had the Perunk from before, we would then officially bring out the Perunk. Looks like it's raining there.
Yeah, it's starting to rain. I'm going to have to sign off. So,
okay, so we'll continue there.
We'll continue, yes. Now, okay, let's continue the conversation. There was a rain delay. Now it's back nice and sunny. So let's get back into it. When we were speaking, you were talking about your journey, and we started getting to the point where we needed to talk about your creation of Per Ankh, and really was a lot of conversation about how you got to be where you are. So let's talk about Per Ankh, your trip to North Africa to see Kemet, how that affected you, what type of relationships you developed when you were there, and how that informed any of the things that you may be doing in terms of your work in the Virgin Islands and the Caribbean and Africa at large. So with that, can we just let people know exactly what you're involved in, the spiritual traditions, the priesthood and all of that, and the things that you do in St. Croix? Then you can marry that with the Per Ankh story, then we can talk about being in visiting the Nile.
All right, thank you, man. First of all, I always want to thank you for the great work you're doing and for giving me the opportunity to share my experience and my knowledge about the influence of the Kemetic legacy with the Rastafarian movement here in St. Croix. Um, my name, by the way, for those of who might not be aware and were in earlier, is Asar Kasamsu, Asar Ra Ra second, Para Ker Para Para Nuntu Para Hedisheta Pahiru. Now, the last part of the name is Kara Hedisheta Pahiru. Kara Hedisheta Pahiru is called Christopher. And the previous ones are like titles and certain spiritual names that I have. What I do here in St. Croix, I grew up here, my parents from St. Thomas. I'm involved in, right now, working on some technical things with construction methods. My background really is agriculture, development, and real estate. That's my business background. Somebody in the construction industry, I've done things like general contracting, construction and project management, and also is a certified estimator. So I do estimating, especially after hurricanes and disasters and things of that nature. And I also do estimating for other companies. If people need estimates to bid on a job or a project or something like that, I'll do that too. On the spiritual side, I've been involved in this legacy since, I would say, I started at the age of roughly at 18, 19 years when I was in high school. And that journey, as we discussed earlier, led me all the way to desire to know what did the people of Africa shared and were a part of in developing what we call high culture and what some term civilization. And in my journey, while I was doing it in the earlier part of my life, I didn't find anything about Africa's contribution. So my journey started with a desire to know, well, what part did Africa play in helping to evolve humanity to a realm of high culture and what is termed civilization. And so that led me in my research to study many of the great authors and then to travel to the Nile and also to write my thesis in college on the education system of the architects and engineers of the ancient Kemetic civilization and culture. And so that led me to people like Raul Neferamen, people like Dr. Sar Happy, who I didn't meet personally, but I had his video and looked at his Kemetic yoga teachings, Hindu, or what we call Yoga Master Yogiraj Swami Satchidananda in my past to study and get certified in teaching yoga, and to study under the tutelage of Dr. Yosef Ben Yakanan, Dr. George Simmons, and also reading a lot of books on some of the other great authors. And so it also led me to a brother by the name of Heru Ankra Simaj out of the Shrine of Pita in New York, who helped guide me, and we have collaborated and worked together to work towards Smaitawi. And during that period of time, while I was doing my thesis on the Perang, we got our initiation into the Ankhs because of our work that we were doing in our community. Baba Heru decided that we had done so much work in all the years. He, with the Perang, etc., he had an opportunity to read some of the documents that I did for my thesis for the Perang. And he decided to grant myself and Chinzera our Ankh. So we had our Ankh initiation, if you want to call it that. At the same time, I was also initiated as a son of light in the house of Ramesses II of the Grand Lodge of Hunifer in the Occident. And that was with Dr. Ben and the OMS, the Art of the Mystery System. So this is all what would lead to us formally launching the Perang as a spiritual educational institution. And being that I had gone through all these changes, all this evolution, in terms of intellectual development, spiritual development, with Baba Heru and others, and then studying with the ancient Perang to the OMS, the Order of the Mystery System. I got initiated into the priesthood. And so all of that would lead us to incorporate the Perang, even though the Perang was a concept that we were working with from the mid-1980s to 1990s. We had an entity that we were putting together called the Progressive Educational Raise African Knowledge House. Now, that was African Natural Knowledge House. That's the acronym of that, Progressive Eternal Raise African Natural Knowledge House. The acronym of that is PERANC. So that was in existence from the late 80s. And then in the 90s, we incorporated PERANC late in the 90s. While we were, after initiation and thing with Dr. Ben and Heruank Rasamaj out of New York, etc. And the purpose of PERANC primarily was to help to, in these modern times, create an environment of learning where we can study the basic precepts and the principles and the narratives of our ancestors, so that we can now begin having some type of entity that would be doing what the ancient PERANC did. The ancient PERANC was responsible for teaching our architects, engineers, our scribes, our doctors, our people dealt with law, our surveyors, the Nesubek, or the people who handle what we call our politics, if you want to use a term, and those people who are our leaders. All of this is what the PERANC did, as well as recorded our story and our narrative, our historical achievement, our scientific achievement, medicine, astronomy, mathematics, various sciences, construction and technology, architect, engineering, the whole 9 yards. So also having the exposure to the book Stolen Legacy by George G.M. James out of Guyana, the same country that, the brother who wrote They Came Before Columbus, same country, the same country that he's from. While studying Stolen Legacy, we noticed that there was an entire curriculum that G.M. James had put together. And in my cross study with the ancestral system, I find it to be somewhat consistent that they did have structures and curriculum and things of that nature. So our objective at this point would be to, develop the PERANC so that it becomes a place and an institution that we can start to have environments of learning, to start to prepare our minds collectively, to start to think along the levels that our education should be inclusive of the need for us to break this cycle of oppression and start to develop people with leadership qualities that would reignite and restore, the word Saruj, help to restore our ancestral greatness. We can also use the word Sankofa. So it was go back, fetch that information and knowledge, share that with people, meet other people on the same journey, come together, unite, start to establish various environments of learning so that we can now initiate our environments that we can now start to, prepare our leadership based on the knowledge of our past, because the PERANC was the one that was responsible for keeping those people who would be the keepers and the guardians of our culture and sciences and arts of ancient times, that perpetuated that culture and that civilization for those thousands of years. Just as today, the universities and the colleges and the schools perpetuate the people through their education and their curriculum and their activities to come into the society and become the new politicians, the doctors, the lawyers, the engineers, etc. So basically, that's the whole objective behind the PERANC. And then while doing that, we find that there was a need in our community for more spiritual, cultural celebrations and rituals. And since we were learning some of these basic things, we became sort of like priest and priestess. I don't like the term priest and priestess because we never use those terms. I prefer call ourselves natural scientists who are familiar with some of the rituals and the practices that helps to keep us more in alignment with nature and the natural evolution of the human being. So that's basically what it is. So that would then encompass us to develop the Perang. And from there, we would go ahead and, acquire spaces and things of that nature. We were teaching yoga, martial arts, philosophy, astronomy, teaching the basic Kemetic studies and the basic curriculum of the Perang. And we would collaborate with many people like Dr. Laila Africa, Brother Hassan, Shalim, Mfundishi out of New York, one of my African martial arts guide and mentor, and many other people. We brought a lot of people to the Virgin Islands, Asra Kwesi, and many others, Dr. Yosef Ben-Yakanan, Baba Heru, and Queen Afua. And so we collaborated and we worked, and Perang was a success in our community. And we did a lot to help to, share the knowledge, the philosophy, etc. And many of our brothers and sisters were very closely involved in the Rastafari movement. As a matter of fact, a lot of the people who attended our classes and were involved in the ceremonies, etc., were brothers and sisters from the Rastafari movement. In addition to that, I would also say that, like I said in the past, we have always had a very strong connection with the Rastafarian movement. And here in St. Croix, the Rastafarians have been exposed and have embraced to a very, depth, a deep relation with their identity, with the relation of ancient Kemet, if you want to use the term, Ethiopia, seen it as all one culture. And, we have a lot of brothers who are in the Rastafarian movement who are embracing the Kemetic legacy here and are doing the research so that they could be better informed about what they're doing in the Rastafarian movement. So that's basically what the Perang has been doing. Right now, we're more focusing on, like I said, technical things like construction methods and, systems for growing food that are more efficient, less costly, and less labor intensive, and using more modern things, but yet still ancient principles.
So can you give an example of some of the projects that you all have done?
Well, we haven't done to say like done. The only thing I have done as far as those things are concerned are designs that and we have building materials. So we're going to be putting up our model. That's in the making. And we have one client who desires to have one of the natural shells in her home, in her yard. In fact, we picked her up today. And then ourselves, we're building the model. So the model will be the example of that project. The project that we've done before, as far as in our community, would have been projects where we did, things of teaching and training and workshops of that nature. That would more be involved in things like we were involved in a lot of the yogic teachings here in the islands for many years. We were involved in we've actually, myself, I've studied, what is termed, Oriental martial arts from Japan, Korea, China, etc. With Professor Arthur Dennery. I studied with him 28 years, consecutively almost, 28 years with him. So we've also developed a system that we call it Uwat Nefera Ha Uwete, and that comes directly from the temple walls of Edfu in the Nile Valley. So we're not making up these names. The same way that we did not make up the Perang. The Perang is the name left in the narrative and the recordings of our ancestors and temple walls and papyri and on many other artifacts and different means of medium of communication and writing. So in doing our research, we learned about, the fact that, yes, in our ancestors' teachings and history and their narratives, they left teachings showing that they practice certain fighting systems. At the temple in Waset, called the Medinet Habu, which would be the temple of Ramses III, on the western bank of the Nile. On the walls there, you see a famous fighting scene, stick fighting. You see people in forms and postures of martial arts. You see people throwing people that could very resemble what we call judo, or you can call it jujitsu or aikido. We see all that. And there's a next place called Mahej. Mahej means the place of the white orange. And that is a place that's close to today called Tel El Marna, where Akhenaten built his city away from what we call Waset or Thebes. And then that particular nome of Mahej and many of the tombs there, you see display all over the tomb walls. Like that was a place where a lot of the training for many of the military guys were done. So in those areas you find, and those tombs, a whole series of, martial arts, even seizing like a castle or a fortress, how to seize a fortress, see them, with the ladders and their spears and the bow and arrows, the whole 9 yards. So a lot of the military science and arts and techniques and strategies were taught there. And so we did our research and we developed that. We've done a lot of workshops on healing, nutrition. We also used to work, my wife did a whole thing on New Woman Rising, which was in collaboration with Sacred Woman out of, Queen Afu and them out of New York. But our, Chinjera, she do it from a Perang perspective. And so those would be the projects like that. But now the concrete projects that we come into, we got some disturbances with our own, life in terms of throwbacks, and we're coming through that now. So the design is done. We also have, my wife wrote one book. I have about 3 manuscripts that have to come out. One is just about finished. I try not to hurry things. I like my things to be sort of perfected, so to speak, and make sure it's well documented, well researched. Because once the arrow leaves the bow, you're not going to run and bring it back, So I rather take my time and do something than rush it. So those are the projects that we're working on right now. We're also working with people in the mainland, Africa, throughout the Caribbean, US mainland, Europe, especially Britain, where a lot of consciousness we see are emerging out of Britain right now. And it's been there, but a lot of consciousness is coming out of Britain. There's a lot of sisters over there speaking out. So we're working with them. We're working with brothers and sisters in Jamaica, Trinidad, and Barbados especially. So those are some of the things we're doing. And all leading now, one of the projects that we're working on is that we're talking to some brothers and sisters who have certain qualifications, the things that the system likes. You're familiar with those things, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Behind their name,
Right, yeah.
Yeah, so that we're putting together the Perang to become a university, not the university, but a university founded in our science and our narrative, in terms of, who we are, what we are. Matter of fact, you're the one who always told me about narratives,
Right.
if you remember, when our first conversation.
Yeah.
And so, so what we're doing now is we're putting together a board of elders that have those qualifications, and we're moving towards, we have some of the curriculum and things of the nature, but we want, people to sit, let's put things together, go through some historical aspect, some technical aspect, deal with the modern realities that we exist now, because the idea is to have a institution that can grant those things that people still need because we live in this system to get their jobs and opportunities, you know.
You're talking about
But
with accreditation.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. And higher than their standards as far as we're concerned, but making sure that it's to that level. And so that was always the objective, so that if you wanted to get a degree in architecture, you can get a degree in architecture. But you could also, when you're done, you could still go through the AIA and get your certification, do all the things necessary to get a job and all that, because it's accredited. And that came from when I went to Goddard College. Goddard College is a small college in Vermont. They're accredited in the US higher education system, and they offer up to a master's degree. It was the last stop for the Underground Railroad, Harriet Tubman Underground Railroad, the last stop before they went across the border to Canada. So to me, that was significant that I graduated from that college. Yeah. The fact that it played some kind of role. So I didn't call it Goddard. I used to call it Godward, you know.
So you went to FAMU and you went to Goddard?
Yeah, FAMU, CVI, and Goddard.
Okay.
I did, remember I went FAMU my first year. I told you about my family situation. Then I did a next year at CVI.
College of Virgin Islands.
Right. Then I finished my other 2 years with Goddard.
Goddard, okay.
Yeah, and I did that afterwards because I went, into the soil, living in nature, and I went to the universe and St. Croix as my university. And so all this was gathered during the time. So, the yoga was a part of my curriculum in terms of my development, martial arts, all of that. I never joined the military, but in martial arts, we had to study the art of war. We had to study strategy and techniques and stuff like that, security systems and things of that nature. And our college professor, our martial arts professor, we had to write a thesis also, just like I had to do in college before we got our black belt. We had to, with proper research and things of that nature. So the martial arts school, the yoga school, they were also part of my education. And the martial arts school was like a university, Mm-hmm. And the professor, even though he taught martial arts, he was very knowledgeable about anatomy, physiology, acupressure points, and all these things. So, martial arts ain't just, fighting and forms. There's also the scientific aspect to it, the healing aspect to it. And so that would be, I would say basically what we're doing now as far as the project, to bring the university to a place and a realm that it is a university. And so with that background that I had, many of the people that I worked with here in St. Croix, like we said, Brother Siegel, and I said indirectly before, Reginald Ashby, or Dr. Muata Ashby, as he's known now, and his wife, and other people. And, one of my close elders is Baba Heru Ankra Samaj. We have those kind of conversations when we start to talk. We might start to talk 8 o'clock in the morning, and before you look at it, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. 8 o'clock at night, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning, Yeah, and so our objective, again, we also have one of the things that we're working with Babiru and others as a project is Saruj Smaitawi, which is to reestablish a consciousness in the minds of our people that we should acknowledge and give honor to our ancestors for their high achievements in the Nile Valley area. As you have people who saying, well, I'm an Israelite, or you have people who saying I'm a Muslim or a Christian and things of that nature. In our research, and anybody can find it, and when I in the book, it comes out a lot. When we were there, the last time, and many times, anybody go there, and many of the pictures you're going to see, on the throne where the ancient kings and queens sat in the Nile Valley, there's an emblem on the corner of the throne, always on the corner and the lower part of the throne. And that is a symbol called Smaitawi, which means the union of the upper and the lower lands, or the south land and the north land. And that's the name, if you want to use the word nation, of that Nile Valley culture. It's not Kemet. Kemet is a country. The name of the nation, just like how you say, oh, well, I'm going to America. But then it's the United States of America. Now, hear this well. Where did they get that concept from? Comes right out Kemet. Most of them were, again, most of them were Masons. I'm talking about the United States now. Where they get that? The United States. When there was civil war, what we had, the fight between what? The North and the South. You see?
Okay, wait, so let me understand this. So Tsimitawi is to Kemet as America is to United States of America?
No, Kemet is to, Kemet would be to Smaitawi as America is to the United States.
So Tsimitawi is the name of the state?
Smaitawi is the name of the United States. The United States, there would be like the United States of Kemet, upper and lower Kemet, because remember we had 42. We're talking about 42 different entities that were separate states, so to speak.
So Kemet refers to what?
Kemet refers to the land. One of the things that I was fortunate to study too is, M2 and Zero Medu with Ankras, I'm not Ankras so much, but a brother by the name of Mi Ra, who started something called the Sheikh Anta Diop Institute of Learning. And he was in DC. So I studied with him, Medu Necher, then I went on to continue studying with Dr. Reketi Wemby. Amen. And she's wrote several books and the thing. So when you look at the word Kemet, and it shows you what we call, it's not just, it doesn't mean people, it means land, okay? The determinative there symbolize land. Then there's the next word, Kemetui, or Kemetui. Now, then it has people behind that name. That's what that's one of the names we call the people, Kemetui, with the determinatives now for man and woman behind there, okay? And so we talk about the land, or the country, we talk about the people, okay? But now the institution, and you'll understand exactly what I mean when I say the institution, in terms of the royal institution that is in conjunction, right, in harmony now that royal institution is in harmony with now what we call the natural cosmos and nature and the universe, because we're dealing with a people who founded their process and institution of governing themselves with the universe and the laws of the universe, okay? And so they would call themselves based on the two types of land that existed in what we call today Kemet. The northern side, we have the delta shape, triangular shape, which is, if you look at it, it might look like the opening of a papyrus flower or a lotus flower. That's the delta. It's called a delta. That's the northern region. The southern region is a very long, narrow sort of, the river flowing in a very long, narrow form with its two banks that are green. And that's very long strip, almost like maybe 400 or 500 miles long. And that would be the southern region. And then hear this, because hear this and hear this well. The capital from Menes time or Namar times, the one Nesut or king that they would say started Smaitawi or brought it to its fruition, its completion as Namar or Menes, he finds or founds a capital for the two land away from both sides. And that would be Memphis called today, Memnofer, and it's also called Neb Hedge, the city of the White Wall. Neb Hedge, Neb is, wall, and hedge would be white. So it's the White Wall area, because the entire complex there where the step pyramid of Imhotep and where the Djoser used to do his set festivals and his festivals renewal, and a lot of the rituals that the king did back in those times in the early dynastic period, third dynasty, etc., was all done in that particular area. That's where the grand councils of the elders from the north and the south would come to meet. And so that capital, that idea of that capital, you see now, is also happening in the United States, where Washington, D.C. is separated, right, from Maryland and Virginia and everybody else, and established their capital. Quite interesting. And then they build these monuments looking like Egyptian monuments. Like, you know what I'm talking about, in Washington too. Okay, so, so that's important. So what we're doing is saying, look, we need to bring this name of the realms of our ancestry again into the forefront, because, like Dr. Ben told us, if Israel can reclaim, a strip of desert and reclaim their land and return to their land, there is no reason why Africans can't reclaim what is duly theirs. And the people who are there now, in terms of the population that are there, there's still a lot of Nubians in what we call Kemet, Egypt, those places, Sudan, etc. But the people mostly in the north, they're not indigenous to those areas.
Right.
They're conquerors and the descendants of conquerors. Okay, so that's one of the things that we're doing, to re-identify with the fact that one of the oldest known sovereign institutions in the world that has been historically recorded, that there's none that we know of that has been historically recorded, that you can go and take that historical recording and create your narrative, as we were discussing in the past, with the kings and actual people who lived, not just mythical people, so to speak, but actual people who live for thousands of years. I mean, in terms of the dynasties, we have them recorded and those temple walls there. Whereas many of the other people who claim certain things, they don't have that. But Kemet does have that. And the fact that the throne still have the Smite Hawi and all these things, it is one of the first properly organized, scientifically, philosophical, artistic, and political entity that was a sovereign realm that existed for thousands of years on the continent of Africa by Africans. That's important, because when you do research and sovereignty today, a lot of people talk about sovereignty. Ain't none older than that in terms of what's been recorded. Now people talk about Atlantis, they talk about Lemuria, they talk about all kinds of stuff. But, Kemet is there.
Right.
Okay, so that's what we're working on now.
So I know that you've been to Kemet sometimes, right?
Sure.
So, let's talk about the first time you went. What was the separation between what you thought you were going to see and what you actually saw? Was it more, did it blow you away more than you thought it was going to blow you away? Or was it equal to your imagination? I mean, I'm sure you studied it a lot, but it's different when you're looking at the pyramids. It's different when you're looking inside and you're looking at the paintings and the walls and the carvings and all that. I mean, just talk about the difference between what you studied and what you actually saw.
Well, when you first get exposed to what you study, it's like you're exciting, but because of that indoctrination, you're not sure. because here there's a lot of the people doing the narratives outside of the few of us who take time to study, like the Dr. Benz has and the Shekanta Diop and Teofilo Bing and many others, but in terms of how much of us really do that, it's not in the thousands, you know what I mean? Or in the multitudes of people. But the European have been doing it, and the way they write and what you study, sometimes you have a lot of questions because they try to make it look like a particular way based on their more so Christian orientation or Jewish orientation or whatever. So you have doubts. When Dr. Ben and them and all the readings, you're excited, but you're still like, that's just what he's saying. When you get there, it's a different story. It's like the excitement that comes across to actually see on the walls people who look like you and I. Like I said to you the other day when we were talking, I was looking at one of your pictures, and every time I look at you, I see one of those ancestral Nesut. You see what I'm saying? Because of the way you carry your beard, your mustache and all that, and just how you look, and when you go there, that's what you see, like Amen M. Height, he was one of the Jose, like you said, but Amen M. Height, he was in the 12th dynasty. And
that's the labyrinth.
Right. And he is the one with the dreadlocks, all the way down. As a matter of fact, Rasigo, when Aunt Mira came to teach us the Medu Nature here in St. Croix, Rasigo was in the class, him and his wife. They came to the hieroglyphic class, learn hieroglyphics. And when the brother saw him, it was his locks, he says, I'm going to give you the name, ancient king's name of Amen M. Height, because your dreadlocks remind me of that. And he showed him the picture. As a matter of fact, and his book, Let the Ancestors Speak, written by Ankmi Ra, his name was James Laurie. That's the cover he has, the picture of Amen M. Height, you see? And so when he saw the brother, Rasigo, that's what he said. So when you go there and you start to interact with the place, for me, my imagination was going like, ooh, especially when you come close to that place they call the Great Pyramid. Because when you get there close to it, and Hermaku, the Sphinx, as it's called, especially the Great Pyramid, it's this massive amount of rocks that covering 13 acres, talking about 700-800 feet long. And when you do like that, you have to ask yourself the question, what kind of minds would undertake such a tremendous task of building
it's so many, it's like, just for people listening, he's talking about the Great Pyramid, which they call the Pyramid of Giza.
Right.
But that's what it's known as in modern time. But like, what people need to realize about the Great Pyramid is that one block is between 4 and 8 tons, right? So that's 8 to 16,000 pounds for one block. And there's 2.1 million blocks on the pyramid. So it's 2.1 million blocks between 4 and 8 tons each. And it used to be cased in limestone, so like when it was real sunny, it would reflect.
Right.
You'd be able to see it from miles and miles away. Till the
like a lighthouse, right?
Yeah, the limestone casing was taken off to build the streets of Cairo. But they say that there's only really two man-made structures you can see from the moon, looking at Earth, and that is the Great Wall of China and the Great Pyramid. So it's quite a feat of human achievement, to the point where quite recently the top engineering uh, firms in the world tried to recreate the Great Pyramid out of Japan and Germany, and their machines broke. So it's clear that there was a higher techno-complex civilization going on at the time, and we've lost a lot of that intellectual heritage today. I mean, anytime a great society falls, a lot of its knowledge goes away with it because they were on the cutting edge. And if they happen to fall, people who then conquer, they may be better at war, but they may not have certain technology when it comes to healing or when it comes to other forms of technology. And all of that, is just gone away because the intelligentsia of the invaders may not be equal to the intelligentsia of the invaded. And that doesn't happen much. Usually those with greater technology win wars. But early in human development, it just depended on what that technology was that you had advanced in, and how it was used. And the overthrow of Kemet had happened over, many centuries. So it was a project that had been going on for some time that we had defended for, thousands of years. But Chancellor Williams, he talks about it very aptly in Destruction of Black Civilization, how that happened in terms of us losing our empire. It wasn't just overnight, it was over a long amount of time and through actually family infiltration. So um, when we talk about the majesty of what human beings in Africa, African human beings were able to accomplish, it's quite different when you think about the people who built it. I mean, before you even get into the people who built it, I mean, who would have even thought of something like that? I mean, can you imagine just thinking of something like that? Even to think of something like that.
Just to think about it.
Yeah, just to think that you're going to build something that massive and the blocks are going to be, up to 8 tons in weight, and you're going to put 2.1 million of them across. Apparently it's like perfect north and
Right. Yeah.
a
It's
certain type
just
of
just off
astronomical,
maybe.
yeah,
Yeah.
certain
Like
type of astronomical like
it's almost
alignment.
a perfect alignment, if you would.
Yeah,
Not
so
even
it's
instruments today. Some of the instruments today could get such precise alignments.
right. So how did you feel when you actually saw it for the first time? When
I
you saw the Great Pyramid for the first time?
I felt that there's that we can accomplish anything. I felt that
It should be
it
a
showed.
recommended trip for every single person of African
I
blood type,
recommend it.
right?
Yes, I recommend that trip. And we see now, mind you, we're our crew and who we went with, our group was specially trained groups. We didn't go with a regular group. Most of us were architects, engineers, people in the craft, people from different walks of life, but a lot of us was architects and engineers and things of that nature. And so, we had a lot of discussion with Dr. Ben and some of the other people. Now, when we got there, one of the things that sort of like, you know, surprised us was the relation Dr. Ben had with all the people there.
Mm.
He had a lot of authority while we were traveling, you know. Um, the shocking thing to me was the way the people who are taking care of the place don't have thought and respect for the place,
Right.
in terms of the cleanliness of the areas and things of that nature. Sometimes in some areas, you could smell where people have been urinating a lot, stuff like that, and the way they've been treating it from the perspective as invaders.
Yeah, I think he.
But they use it to make money.
Okay.
It's being used as a tourism system to make money, but they don't really care or take care of the place. We felt, in certain areas you could feel the vibrations, especially in some of the temples, that your ancestors were there, and you could see from the culture and knowing what we call today African culture. It's an African culture. It's not a European or Asiatic culture, especially in its foundation in the agrarian base that it has. The people, the way you see them on the walls, they're very happy, they're healthy, and they're always teaching you something about the human spirit, something about self, and their entire religion, if you want to use a term nowadays, or their culture is based upon this concept of, even if you build a temple, it has to be built a particular way with particular measurement or particular, alignment with particular stars and things like that. If people nowadays are studying, I would advise them to also study the Dogon, because the Dogon culture, even though it might not be as it was maybe 60, 70 years ago, it would have been one of the closest thing to get some of the astronomy that our ancestors were capable of practicing without being disturbed by outsiders, because the Dogon still kept that tradition in terms of the astronomical scientific tradition, even though it might not be written in the way Europeans write, but in their symbolic ways or mnemonic system that they develop, that's a powerful science that they have. And that's like evidence to show. Next culture, I found a lot of the teachings is in the Batamaliba culture in the Burkina Faso. Their word, their name, Batamaliba, Batama, Batama, Lima, Lima, Batamalima people. Um, their name means the perfect architects of the earth. You know what I mean? You get it.
Yeah, man.
Who would name themselves perfect architects of the earth?
Right.
You see, so in the, even in the Akan tradition and the Ashanti tradition in Ghana, the royal families still carry the falcon. That's the royal insignia of the king or the Ashanti Hene. And the Dinka symbol is still the falcon. You see, these things aren't just made up stuff. These are things that have these, come through our culture and history. And so while you're there, it's evident, that you could feel the vibration. You could feel like, I felt home. Matter of fact, I didn't even want to leave. And I was there that time. We were there for 2.5 weeks. And then the last time I went, I stayed 5 weeks. Didn't want to leave at all because I felt at home. I felt like, this is where.
Did you meet local people
Well,
and like
yeah,
hung the vibes with them?
okay. And the first time, they're not, you get a little turned off other than the sites, the museums and stuff like that, because again, the people in the north are more Arabs, if
Right.
you want to use a term.
Right.
And they're more,
Invaders.
yeah, and they don't really, but some of them are very skilled in terms of the papyrus industry and things of that nature. And then amongst them, you find the Sufis, and they're mostly Nubians.
Mm-hmm.
And they help us. They always help us because that's the connection that's always there, the Nubian connection.
Right.
And, so.
And the Sufis, just to let people know, like within Islam, you have many different like kind of sects. So, the biggest sect is the Sunni, and you have the Shiites, which is an offshoot based on like basically inheritance of who should become the caliph, basically the head of Islam.
Yes.
And the Shiites thought it should be the bloodline of Muhammad, whereas the Sunnis believe that it should be, meritorious leadership. And so that's where that broke down. But then even within that, you have like a group, they call themselves Sufi Muslims or Sufi Islam, that's less about doctrine and more about spirituality and mysticism
Exactly.
type of vibes. So you have like Sufi musicians and Sufi singers and drummers. They're very beautiful music, very artistic group of people. And when you go to
Musical.
Egypt, those who tend to gravitate towards the Sufi Islam is the Nubians. And those are, the bloodline of the pharaohs and the ancient people who used to, be the rulers of the land until, we got defeated. The Nubians have Bantu characteristics, Bantu language, Bantu phenotypical expressions, like the darker skin, like what, me and Brother Neb Ka Ra have in the hair and all of that typical Bantu features, you know what I'm saying, in terms of skin, hair, and our proclivities towards, music and language and foods and cultural norms. You know what I'm saying? So uh, you got to hang out with a lot of the brothers and sisters, the
Of
Nubians.
course. I mean, that's what we did mostly in the evenings, because it, Dr. Ben, matter of fact, in Aswan, they, they name a street after him. And while we were there, they had a line of perfumes after him.
Right, just to let people know, Aswan is like the center of Nubian culture in Egypt.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's south. So, when we get there, usually we start in the north, but we stay in the north just to come in for the day. And then we usually head south.
Aswan.
Right. We move in from upper to lower. Right. And people need to know that in ancient Kemet, you didn't say you're going up north. You were going down north. So if I was leaving from St. Croix to come to Florida, I would say I'm going down to Florida. And if I was leaving from Florida to come to St. Croix, I would be saying I'm coming up to St. Croix.
Right, and that's because of the directional
of the Nile.
Nile. Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of them.
Yeah.
In addition to that, south. Yeah. In addition to that, the ancestors called the top of the world Central Africa.
Right. So that's where the ancestors came from.
Right. And that's where the word Atepia comes from.
Okay.
And that's one of the words we find. And Atepia is the origin of Ethiopia.
Okay.
Okay. And Atepia means the great highland of the moon.
That's interesting.
Yes.
They say that Ethiopia is a Greek term for,
burnt face.
Yeah.
Yeah. But not from the Kemetic.
But from our point of view, Atepia, that's the
right.
Yeah.
Because we always said the upper land.
Yeah, because they might have even got the word from us and used it for something else.
Yeah, and when you think about it, the equator is closest to the sun.
Right.
In terms of the structure of the planet, the biggest bulge is at the equator.
Right.
And that would be closest to the sun, not the north or the south.
Right.
You see? And so that's the top land. That's the upper land. That's the land of origins. It's also the center of Africa and also the center where the equator is.
So what type of consciousness did you find when you like kind of holding the vibes with the Nubians? Like what were they talking about? What were they concerned about? Now I'm not talking about the rank and file Nubian. I'm talking about like leadership and the thinkers of the Nubian. Because a lot of times people, when you ask people about a certain set of people, you might just go in and talk to the average person. But the average person does not really represent the aspirations and the directional motivations of a people. It's usually the thinking people, those who have traveled, those who have seen the world, those who have an analysis, those who have a historical understanding. That's like, you can't really go to modern Africa and just go to a street vendor and ask them about Pan-Africanism. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's not what's on their mind. They're not thinking about Pan-Africanism. They might be thinking about the football game. They may be thinking about, what's the hot tune on the radio. They might think of what their pastor just said last weekend. I'm talking about like those people who were considered like conscious, like had some type of black consciousness, not people who thought that they were just Arabs or whatever, but people who understood what being Nubian means, because their history has been attempted to be taken away from them in many different ways. This is what happens to people who've been conquered. So your history starts to get, diluted and starts to be misfigured and molested in certain ways. And so, did you meet any like serious Nubian brothers and sisters who had like, a real analysis?
The first trip, I didn't get to meet them as much, but we met a few because they were the people who were also a part of the entity that we were there to represent and why we went there. Mm-hmm. So we met those, and their mission basically, for those the ones that we worked with, they're reviving their legacy. And in that reviving of it, they're also looking out to sort of like have their reclamation to their culture, rather than, even though they still have the Islamic influence, they, especially in the South, they are more working towards, like, you know, controlling their things rather than the people always from the North controlling them. But I wouldn't get to talk to some of them until, like, when we went the next time, and we stayed there a longer period of time. And when, you know, which I'll talk about next time. So, but while I was there, it would, like, you know, there is a Saruj Kemet happening in Kemet. And Dr. Ben, he was involved in a lot of these people. And if anybody has time, there's a Nubian website where you can go and, you know, find some of that information.
Okay, so can you elaborate on the Saruj Kemet? What do you mean?
Saruj Kemet means, like, you know, the reestablishment of Kemetic ideas to Kemetic culture from the Kemetic point of view, because the Arab culture sort of destroyed a lot of that culture. And previous to the Arabs, we had the Christians, and previous to the Christians, we have the Assyrians and Semitic people. I call them basically the three ruffians. Okay, that's the three major Western religions, basically.
Right.
Okay, so it's happening there, and you don't know unless you know who is involved. Okay,
how are the Nubians, right? The conscious ones, like the ones.
That's where I'm going. So while we were there, they knew and were connecting with people in other parts of Africa.
Mm-hmm.
They were also working to establish their initiatory systems a little more.
Okay.
Because Islam,
more like their rites of passage.
Well, let's put it this way: they were underground for a while.
Okay.
A good time, and at times, sometimes they just have to go underground. Okay, because they're not the conformists to the conventional Islam.
Right. That's what I was going to ask
Okay.
you. Like, how are they navigating?
That's why you.
Like, how are they navigating their Islam? You know. Hello. Yeah, I think we
behind
got
the mask.
The screen got frozen up for a second.
Say that again.
The screen got frozen up.
Yeah, I saw that.
I was just saying, like, how are they navigating their Islam with the knowledge that they are the descendants of the pharaohs?
They've actually merged it with their Sufi tradition.
Interesting.
One of the ancient founders of the Sufis actually is a Nubian, okay, from Kemet, who actually used the teachings of Kemet and sort of merged it with Islam to create Sufism.
Do you have his name?
Sufism didn't come out of Persia. I think it's Lal Noon. I'm going to remember it before we finish. My computer's working. It's probing.
Yeah. I'd like to read more about. I'd like to read more about
Dual Noon. Dual Noon. Now here the last part. Noon. Dual Noon. DWLNUN. Dual Noon. All right. Because what he did was they sort of like put the teachings, and they've used Arabic and Islam, sort of like what the Jews did with the Kabbalah, you know, and the Sefer Yetzirah and those, you know, more mystic teachings of what people might term Judaism. Well, he sort of like codified a lot of the teachings in the Sufi teachings. Okay, and even in the South today, I think it's called it Taib. Yeah, the stick fighting techniques that they use for the dancing over there. The Sufis are the one who have mastered that. You see, so you see what's happening. So they had to go underground. So what they did, like how the people, like you said, would develop, the slaves the Africans who were brought here would develop, like, you know, Santeria. or Mukumba. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
Where they would mix some of that stuff with some of the existing conventional religion, but hide the spirituality and the saints and things of the teachings and stuff like that. So that's what we found. And you know, they're underground, they come out, and at times they're prosecuted by conventional politics. And so, you know, they're there. And some of them knew the language, even though the European was saying they had lost it, but they couldn't reveal it.
Right.
Okay, because they had to remain underground. And so this is where we got oral teaching saying that this teaching goes back over 200,000 years with the evolution of man. That's why the symbols that are there, the sacred symbols and images that were used, you see, have always been kept, because those symbols go back to time immemorial. And so they kept a lot of these symbols. And so, you know, now they control a lot of things, but you wouldn't know they control a lot of things, especially in the South. Okay. And what they're working on more than anything else right now is they want to change the curriculum, you know, but that we got after on the second trip.
Right.
Matter of fact, we were asked to help them write curriculums and things of that nature. And when we were there the second time, that I spent the most time, I want you to hear this out. January 25th, 2011. We just landed in Cairo. Guess what's happening in Cairo that day?
What's going on? That's not the Arab Spring, is it?
It was the starting of the protests.
Right. Against Mubarak.
So, right, exile, you know, get rid of
Hosni Mubarak.
Mubarak's presidency.
Mm.
That's the first day we landed. It was the first day of demonstration. The second day we're there, we're told by Barack Obama that all US citizens should leave Egypt and get back to your homelands or whatever, or go on some other trip, but just get out of Egypt, because the United States government cannot guarantee your safety while this protest is happening.
Right.
That's the second day we're there.
Right.
And that was when we got a chance to now speak more to some of the people we're talking about. Okay, now the first time was more like, you know, educational. You know, we get to meet people. And by the way, on both occasions, especially that first time, you know, the Nubians are like, we want you all to come home. I'm going to say it again. The Nubians were like, we want you all to come home. Just like when you go to Ghana and some of these other places, you know, South Africa, every place, we want you to come home. Because when you go south, that's what really excited me. When we went south, it's like you see people who look like who you know from St. Croix.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Now you're seeing a whole, like you're seeing dark melanated people with different textures of hair.
Right.
Some of them look like Australian Aborigines.
Right.
You know, with big nose, coolie hair. You know what I mean? Like kind of straightish looking hair, like the Aborigines, but they're Nubians.
Right.
And these aren't, we talk about mixed people now. We, you know, this
Right.
with the Arabs, we talk about Nubians. Okay. And then you would see some of them, you know, they got the kinky hair, but they look like, you know, what you might term like the Ethiopian people.
Right.
Okay. You know, they got the aquiline nose and, you know, but they're very dark. I mean, I said dark, I mean dark. You know, when they open a hand, they dark, you know, melanated. Inside the palm of the hand, melanated.
Yeah, that's really melanated.
Yeah, you know, it's just like when you look in there, you're seeing, you know, like that. You see
Right.
him dark purplish,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
and so that's what we notice in the South, and that's predominant. Okay, you're seeing your people, you're seeing the people, you're seeing the culture. You know, they're warm, they hug you.
Right.
You know, one night we were going to a dinner at a family's house, and the young man who was taking me and the next brother, he took the two of our hands and we're holding our hands going down the road. And you know, I ain't customer holding a man hand going down the road. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
You kind of felt funny.
Yeah, man.
But he says, look, this is our culture.
Right.
Two men will have their hands walking down the road.
Yeah, man, you
It's
see that
not
in West
about no
Africa.
homosexuality or nothing like
Yeah,
that.
man, you see that in West Africa all the time. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah,
You
man,
know,
that's not even think about
it's how
that.
they, yeah, it's being social and intimate and without that, you know, those negative vulgar thoughts and stuff of that nature. So that was one of the things that shocked me a lot, is that the people there still had a lot of that, you know, very loving, caring culture. They would hug you. When you go to them, they make sure you had food, you know. They offer things to you. The ones in leadership were saying, look, we need you guys to come home. You know, we need help, you know, to help, you know, us understand the culture. Dr. Ben and many of those others who've gone from them time, they've had a lot of influence on those brothers, and those brothers have had a lot of influence on us too. And that's why we got to know about the underground situation and all of these things, you know, and they're reaching out to us that because we formed entities with them.
Mm.
Okay. So
So you have like family there, basically.
exactly. And the role and the purpose of that system is Saruj, Smitawi or Kemet, whatever. That's what it is. It's about, you know, hopefully one day a lot of them feel they want them people out.
Man, so clarify what the word Saruj means again.
Okay, Saruj is like to make something back to what it was like before. It could be like a word like reparation,
Like
but it's more
Sankofa.
like restoration.
Like Sankofa.
Right. Yes, very similar to Sankofa.
Mm.
Okay. It is basically to Saruj Ma'at, Saruj Maitawi, Saruj Kemet. So it's like, you know, there are people, because of the influence and invasions, have had to many years, for many years, stay underground, still keep the heritage and the legacy alive and pass it on.
Yeah.
Okay. And so they still have their things going on there. And they're saying, like many other places have done, they would like to see more of us in those areas. The second time we're there, they even wanted to keep us to help them structure curriculum and things of that nature. This is in the South mostly. Okay. They want to change their education system, their healthcare systems. They want to work more with people who look like us, because at times when those people leave the North and go to the South, basically they carry their systematic racism with it.
Right.
They look down on the people in the South in
Right.
terms of the dark skin, the complexion, kinky hair, all the other stuff that they have. Okay, because they're the indigenous original people of those areas.
Right.
Same way people look down on what people might call the Iroquois or Apache or the, you know, Comanche or whoever in America, or how some people look down on the Tainos and things of that nature, indigenous people of those areas. Well, those are the indigenous people of those areas that lived there thousands and thousands and thousands of years, you see? And so they have a desire to see things change in those areas, because the way the people who have invaded those areas, the way they treat those places, have no respect for the culture. And the only respect they have for that culture now is because of the European influence in terms of the research material that's there, in terms of anthropology, archaeology, etc., and learning about the past, etc., and the scientific knowledge, etc., mathematics, healing, but more so, the value to them in these modern times, like I said before, it generates billions of dollars in tourism. And that's really why the legacy is alive and well. And I must say, I got to thank whoever stopped them from pillaging and sending things all over the world and all that. Because when them Arabs and other people got there, they were just pillaging the place. Yeah. Like you said, they took off all the beautiful limestone to build the streets in Cairo, and also to build some of their masjids and things of that nature. I sure they wouldn't like anybody to go to Mecca and start tearing down, the Kaaba, and said they're going to do something with it. You follow me? And, they're very disrespectful people, period. And the Nubians let you know that. And what they did with the Aswan Dam and all that, a lot of monuments were flooded. They saved a few, but a lot of them were flooded.
Yeah, I remember that.
So that
I think it's season up right now. The video season up. The audio
are very friendly. They're open, and they're more connected to Africa. They're more connected to Africa and the African culture. And they tell you the Islamic thing is, hey, the music, they play drums, they play djembe, they play, when you hear them drumming, it's like you're in West Africa. Basically, there's some of the rhythms, basically, and I mean, hey, the polyphony, I mean, it's there. It's all there. So
how was the communication? Did they speak English decently?
Yeah.
You know what I would love to do, if you could do for me?
What's that?
If you could link me up with one of those
we will.
Nubians there.
Yeah.
I'd love to do a Zoom with them and ask them what life is like. And
sure.
how they feel about the pyramids and the legacy and all of that. I'd like to ask a modern Nubian, like how they process everything, living.
We could myself and Chinzera, we'll get some information to you. Because where we spent a lot of time was a place called Nubian Farms. Okay. And it's on the Nile. So you go there by boat. And that family is the family who took care of us when we went south. Because after
riding the Nile on a boat must have been something nice.
Oh man. Let me tell you this story though. One day we're riding on the Nile in a boat. And we see this, this sailing boat coming up, falaf, I forgot they call it, but falupas, I think they call it. And we noticed this red, gold, and green mass,
You know what that is?
Okay, sail. And it is Che Guevara, with his little tam, and on it, you hear reggae.
Of course, you have to hear reggae. When you hear that, say red, gold, and green, unless it's some type of African.
Red, gold, and green, and reggae playing.
Reggae music, yeah, man.
Reggae music, and the brother took us to where they were. Yeah. And behold, guess who is there in Aswan?
Ooh.
Our little Rastafarian group.
Yeah, man.
Speaking Nubian language, Arabic, and English.
Interesting.
Bubbling Ayabapat.
Yeah, man. I know you love to see that.
Yeah. So you see, of course, because I said, well, wow, the Rastafarians are here in Aswan.
Yeah, man.
And I've said this.
Must have made you happier, right?
Of course, you're there home. You're there home.
Cruising, man, riding on the Nile, right? Now
that's right.
Man,
that's right.
Yaba, right?
And hey, brother, you're there home.
Yeah, man.
Because once you see that, you're there home.
Yeah, man, you must have felt nice, man.
But that's to just share, to show that, Rastafarian culture is there and is being, absorbed and lived.
Yeah.
And this is in Aswan. in the South, because remember, a lot of Rastafarian and brothers and sisters be traveling there too, you know, and that influence through the music, it's all there. So that was very fascinating, and that was on a second trip. But that moved us a lot because I said, well, yeah, this is serious, you know, and so it shows that the culture is our culture, and the people are our people. That's the most thing I got out of it. And the people who are in the North, you know, they're not the people. Yet there's a few among them, but they're not the people. You know, they're just using the country and they inherit it because of international politics. Because we know one of the most important thing in that area is the Suez Canal.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. And if you want to maybe help some people with that, but you know, it's the closest thing that you can move from the Indian Ocean and the Balkan Sea area, Black Sea area, to get now into the Mediterranean, right? Or the Red Sea, to move from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean. Or if you were bringing like oil from Arabia, and if you didn't go through the Suez Canal, you'd have to go around you have to go up south and go around the Horn of Africa, which would be, you know, tens of thousands of miles. Okay,
Yeah, man,
to come.
the Suez Canal changed world commerce, you know. That's
There we
what
go.
people need to understand. Like, if you look at the map, there's like a land thing that you have to go through. So you couldn't just go with a boat if you're going from Europe. Because remember, Europeans always been looking for some type of spice in their life. You know, that's what the whole like Marco Polo, them type of man was like always trying to get to the east because of spice, because they don't have no spice in their food, so they're looking for spice, you know what I mean? And spice in their life. So the majority of the world traveling from Europeans had to do with their habits, you know what I mean? And so they had like a habit for like tea, and they had a habit for like spices, and so for them to travel, and then a habit for gold. So it's like to travel to get to India, because remember, Columbus was trying to go to India. He went the wrong way, and that's why Native Americans is called Indians. You know what I'm saying? Because he thought it was in India. But if it were not for the Suez Canal, where you can go through the Mediterranean and then go into the Black Sea and then go into the Indian Ocean, basically, which they call the Indian Ocean, which is right off of Africa, to then go to Asia, you'd have to go all the way around. And that's what these men. That's how. Because the Suez Canal didn't exist, is the reason why you got the South Africa problem now.
That's right.
What do I mean by that? I mean that you had these Europeans, these Dutch Europeans, was really trying to get to Asia to get spices, and what happened is they crash in South Africa off of what they call the Cape of Good Hope. So the Cape of Good Hope is where these men crash and then start their apartheid business. You know what I'm saying? And if it was the Suez Canal had existed in those times, they would have just gone through the Suez and gone about their business and go deal with Genghis Khan or whoever they want to go deal with. But they end up in South Africa and buck up on the Zulus, and history became what it is. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
the Suez Canal is a very important piece of real estate, and
Exactly.
Egypt controls it. Israel would love to control it, but Egypt controls
That's right.
it, and
And
Egypt gets a lot of
The
it.
United States. When we were there, we learned from some of the people who we talked to that the United States finances
Oh yeah,
the Egyptian army
yes,
the
absolutely.
same way they do the Israeli army.
Yeah, because it's access to.
The
And I
Suez
remember
Canal.
this. I remember this when I was a youth, man. When I was a youth, there was a certain world figure that I don't know why he always kind of just like caught my attention, and that was Anwar Sadat.
Of course.
You know what I mean? And he was a black man who was the president. He was the head of Egypt when I was a youth. And I remember he said that he was a descendant of the original pharaohs, and he looked like Lou Gossett Jr., you know what I mean?
Exactly, he
Actor,
does, and that's who
yeah,
played the role, right?
yeah, man. So Anwar Sadat was always like somebody who kind of caught my attention as a youth. That's how like it put in perspective like the blackness of Egypt, even though they're trying to infect our minds with all Elizabeth Taylor and these like European actresses and these
Cleopatra.
people, yeah, these types of people. So it's like when I seen Anwar Sadat, I said, that's very interesting, a black man running Egypt, and I get to learn more about Egyptian politics and how Kwame Nkrumah was married to an Egyptian woman. Really,
That's right.
trying to he was trying to do a strategic type of thing, you know,
Yes, yes.
in terms of uniting North Africa with the rest of Africa. And his brethren was also Nasser, who was a pan-Arabist, pan-Africanist. You know what I mean? So
Right.
very interesting history, you know. Yeah,
Yes,
man,
yes.
it's a very interesting thing. But our history is locked up in there.
A lot of it.
It's locked up in there.
And the reason why I say what we said that we should identify with it, but also call its name
Yeah.
is because it is important to us because nowadays when a lot of people are, using these terms like sovereignty, etc., um, we were living that. And based on modern translation of many of the words that they used.
Yeah, I think the video season up just a little bit. It always comes back, but I think that the video season up right now. So for the listeners, I'm not sure when it'll come back online, but we may have to cut the conversation here so that
Yeah, I lost you for a minute. You there now?
yeah, yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
You look like you tired, bro.
Oh man, I had, like I told you, I had the Indian buffet,
Oh, you indulged.
Oh, I've been waiting for this buffet to be back online because of the whole, this whole pandemic thing. They closed down the whole buffet spots,
Yeah, yeah.
and I live in this area where there happens to be some really nice Indian restaurants, and when I deal with Indian food, I deal with buffets.
Yes, of course.
So I have to do all you can eats, and so they just started up again. I woke up this morning and I said, man, I would really love if the buffet was open. So I called them and they said they've been open for a month. I didn't even know it.
Wow.
Yeah, so what I did was so I could enjoy my meal the proper way, I indulged in some cannabis to open up my appetite.
Oh,
So it opened up the appetite so the food was extra lovely because cannabis has a way of enhancing your enjoyment for the things that you enjoy. You know what I mean?
uh, I had my brew last night.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
So I'm like, I'm zooming.
Yeah, so am I. So like, my conversation with you is like I'm just really mellow. You know what I mean? Like,
Same here.
I mean, look, I'm sitting in my yard and
Yeah.
the mango tree and just
I'm looking at the mango trees right from here and the coconut trees
yeah,
too.
man. That's how we living. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, look, we
So
we cheering at the sun,
yeah,
man.
man. That's how we living. So
We live
I'm
we
just
live in we
mellow.
live we live in Eden, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Tropical
Yeah,
all the time.
you know, my trip there, especially the second time, was really moving, enlightening, and I met people. They want to see more of us coming and investing because they said to us that like the brothers and the family that owns the Nubian farms, they have a place that's where people stay, a little
Oh, okay.
bed and
Like a
breakfast
little
type thing.
tourism type vibe. They
Yeah,
want to bring more
and
people.
people like Malcolm X,
Hmm.
uh, Muhammad Ali, and a lot of the stayed there at
Okay.
Nubian farms. Yeah,
Nubian
and
Farms. That's in
and
Aswan.
yeah, in Aswan. Yeah,
Okay.
it's like a little island in the Nile,
Okay. I would love
and
to check
they
it
they
out.
grow they grow a lot of their own foods, and so we were able to spend a lot of time with that family, and that family. That's who we want to recommend to you, the brother from
Okay.
Nubian Farm. That's one of them,
Nubian Farms.
right? And I mean, that brother treated us like royalty. He looked out for us. We were in a hotel. He says, "Look, come out the hotel, man. I have a place there. You can stay." you know, you know, you guys are here when everybody else leaving, you know, because people were bailing out of Egypt. You know, while we were heading south from Cairo, all these Caucasian Wazungus, you know,
Okay, yeah, we figured.
they're booking. I mean, they're like out of there, you know. The airport had like 30, 40,000 people trying to get the out. And you had special jets, you know, and aircrafts coming in.
Okay.
You know, special charters coming in. And, you know, they ask us where you go. He says, hey, we going south. We got a ticket. And you sure you know, we say, hey, we ain't the enemy here. You know what I mean? We're not the enemy. We are here, and this is our people. So we're going to our people. You're staying in the north. We're going south. And in the south, they run it down to us about the politics and the whole thing. While we're in the north too, I went out and I had spoken to some of the brothers who were in the army tanks. You know, I'm the kind of brother. You know, we in a hotel, the Pyramid Hotel, right by next to the pyramid, the Great Pyramid, and you know, there's a tank park outside in the road. You know, so I say, hey man, you know, so I told Chinzer, I'm gonna go out there and talk to this brother. So I went out and talked to him. You know, he's a brother, a Nubian brother. You know, let me see what he's gonna tell me. So I asked. He says, asking why, how come that, you know, he's parked there, and you know, he says, well, there's a movement to out Ubar's responsibility. Get this, is to protect people. You hear that?
Yeah.
Army responsibility is to protect the people.
Yeah.
And one of the main reasons why the people were demanding the resignation of the president was he had an underground group of, maybe like they were like assassins.
Yeah, his own personal
And they were killing a
security.
lot of people.
Yeah, his own personal
Yes, and they
security
were
force.
causing a lot of problems.
Yeah, his
Okay.
paramilitary force, you know, that was close to him.
Right. And because of that, the police force was very corrupted. And so the army intervened and says, from now on, we here to protect the people.
I remember that. I remember.
And so I learned that. Yeah. So even though there all that were going on, you know, we saw how the people organized themselves and started to become their own security too, protect themselves from the police. And you know, so while we were there, because when we were going to the airport to go south, there were barricades. Every community, they started putting up barricades. Not barricades to stop people like us, but barricades to protect people who are coming into their neighborhoods. Because the police were instructed to go and incite violence. So they could make it a violent, you know, protest. They warned about violence.
Right.
But the police was agitating violence. And so, you know, we had a good time there, and they would talk to us once we talked to them, and how we dress, you know, how you see with our Nemes, and we were now our African garbs, were dressed in white or whatever, you know, move with our ankhs and different things. And we were treated royally, brother. We were treated royally.
Yeah, man,
we were treated royally while we were there the second time. And when we went to a place like Saqqara, at the step pyramid by Josa in Memnofer, we were able to do a lot of rituals because there were nobody there. All the tourists were gone. We were there by ourselves. We would go to temples and they would let us in and there's nobody there. It's like we had all these things to ourselves.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
And so we were able to do a lot of things because we were able to, sit in temples, do our meditation, do our rituals. Did it in the, the Merkut of what they call Merkut of Kofi or the Great Pyramid. We we had a spiritual time because the Wazungus and Caucasians, they were all gone. And we also had a good time in negotiation, with buying things of that nature because we were the only buyers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I don't know what happened, but when we got there, hey, look, it's like you're home, the place empty, enjoy. We didn't want to leave.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so all that happened, and I've also said this to my beloved queen, it says, look, it's all for us, man. Let's enjoy it. So we enjoyed it. We did what we had to do. We met friends. A lot of good things happened. We took a lot of pictures, spent a lot of time because they had nobody hurrying you, hey, you gotta move, you gotta move, you gotta move. We didn't have all that problem. So when we went to a lot of the temples, Nablus, and all these areas, we just took our time. We weren't supposed to go to, Ramesses Temple farther south in Abu Simbel, but the brothers hooked us up and they took us, even though they said they weren't supposed to carry us. They still carried us because if all the boats and everything had stopped going south, because you could travel all the way to Abu Simbel and the river by boat. They have a lot of little, I would call like luxury liners, residential luxury liners that you can stay on. All of them were just a shutdown. All of them stopped. Everything stopped. So we drove there. And something? I fell in love with the desert. I
How?
saw quietude and I saw a place where nobody wants to live. I said, I wouldn't mind going there and living because I saw where they were actually making the desert to bloom.
Right.
That's what I saw a lot of. They were actually growing orchards of oranges, mangoes, lime, different fruits. And, so what I learned in Nubian farms is under their sand is a layer of clay, which is very moist.
Yeah, I think the line is broken up. Okay. It's like we're broken up right now. So we are probably okay, we're having some issues. So
Okay, you're back. Yeah.
yeah.
We had a long froze there.
Yeah, it was. I guess there's some internet issues, and we've
Okay.
been doing this for over, let's say, let's see the time that we got. Okay, yeah, we've been going on almost 2 hours, so we want to
Okay.
we want to wrap it up.
Sure. Sure.
But yeah, the stories about your time in Egypt, Kemet, Smatawi, all of that,
Yeah.
very interesting, and it just is a motivation for people to go see the world. It,
Of course.
a lot of people when they talk about Africa, particularly for Black folks in what they call in the West, uh, it's almost like you're talking about a whole different planet. And it's just a plane ticket away, man. Just go see how your ancestors, the lands that they walked on, the soil that they walked on, and the vibes. Meet some new family and see the world in a different way. And you might be surprised that it might inform your life moving forward. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the places I'm looking forward to go is right now. I'd like to go to South Africa.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to. Um, I've studied some of the architecture, the people from South Africa, and I
Okay.
like what I saw. And again, from a technical point of view, a lot of people don't realize in what looks and appears to be a simple technology are a lot of great sciences if you know what you're looking for. Especially if you're looking for techniques and different things. And so I'm very attracted to South Africa.
Okay.
Yeah, and so some of my design concepts have been studying Ethiopia and South Africa,
Okay.
as well as the Batamaliba and others. As a matter of fact, um, the 3D printing, as they call it, is the same system that Batamaliba uses in terms of how they do construction, except they do it manually.
Okay.
Okay, and so there's so much to learn from very simple people,
Mm-hmm.
but in their foundation, these people have kept a legacy, and it's there, but it is there for those who have eyes to see and ears to hear. And not that it's something special, it's just there. If you could see it, you could see it. If you can't, you don't. But if you're looking for it, you'll find it, you see? And that's the most important thing that I've learned. So I would say this, brother, that from that journey on Nara Hill and St. Thomas to present,
Mm-hmm.
I would say that I've been guided by my ancestors to learn who I am. And in learning that, it has helped to guide me to learn what I need to do in terms of my purpose and why I'm here. And it has helped to keep me moving, even though there's a lot of trying circumstances and things you go through. It has allowed me to, I would say, send my roots deeper into spirituality and to stay strong, because when you walk in this legacy that we walk in from that ancestral point of view, because of the influence of the Bible, or the Torah, or the Quran, etc., not so much the teachings of India or the Taoist teachings and stuff like that, but this what is called and considered some monotheism, as the purest religion that exists and all these kind of stuff. Um, it's been a very prosecuting journey, and a lot of prejudice and racist and all kinds of things. Sometimes from your own who look like you. You know, and to me, it just made me stronger, and it made our our commitment, but myself and my beloved, that we have to do what we have to do because we have but so much time here, and everybody have a part to play, and people like Cheikh Anta Diop and Dr. Ben and John Henry Clark and many of the others who've gone before us, and Drusilla Dunch Houston, um, you know, we have to continue this legacy, and like you said, this should culminate in our narrative eventually, and having that strong foundation so that when you say a word, because when you say Africa, what do people think about? They don't think about Kemet. You see what I'm saying? Okay? Because when we do our research, we didn't call ourselves these names. That's not the names that we call our places. These are names, again, and we still use them for unification purpose because we understand our situation at the time. But like I said to you earlier, we didn't call the entity that we developed House of Life, we call it Piranha. Okay? And we said, okay, well, if we're gonna be working and Saruj our concept of sovereignty, what their ancestors call it? Well, we found it's Maitawi. So we're not gonna change that because this is a cosmical balance with nature that they developed these things. They were closer to that relationship, you see, with nature and the universe than we are today. And to me, with a foundation like that, when you teach your children, then your children and your children, etc., can have pride in themselves that Rome or Greece weren't the first sovereignties. That this whole idea, even if you do research on some of the royal families all over the world, and in Europe especially, and they'll tell you the concept of sovereignty started in Nubia. And I'll say to anybody, the concept of sovereignty starts in nature. Nature is the sovereign. Okay? The universe is the sovereign. And the laws of the universe are the sovereign. All the stuff that we make up as people, they're not the sovereign. The sovereignty is in what we call the great mother father and nature and all that is. That's the sovereignty. What our ancestors did is pattern from nature and studying, the animals, studying social creatures like the bees, etc., the beehive, okay, which is still using the Masonic symbolism today, okay? And one of the symbols of the royalty of our ancestors is the bee, and it's really the queen bee, okay? And from that perspective, we see that is the perspective on a model that gave us that high evolution and growth that we created this high culture. That is the model, not what we call today modern democracy and all this other stuff. These are the stuff they made up. Like I tell people, oh, well, the Twa people in the Congo and them places, or the San Kyok people in South Africa, they have what we call the ideal democracy. They don't have democracy. They don't know what democracy is. You know what I mean? They have a perfect communal, and I spell that communal with a K, relationship with themselves and the environment. And they work together in a unit, and they make wise decisions together as a people, but not what we call democracy. That's a European thing, you see? And so from seeing that model and those models that build a paradigm that establish our ancestry, what we're saying through Sankofa, we're not going to go back and change things and try to make it like, no. But through the practice of Sankofa, gathering the principles and those things that we need, those elements, the arts, the sciences, that we can now utilize to establish our foundation now. So that when we say particular words, we know what that means. So when people say, if I tell you I'm a Kemetui, and you tell me, oh, well, no, I said, when I say Kemetui, and if you mention certain things in the Bible, I could say, yeah, we're talking about, you follow me? But if I say African, the word Africa is not in the Bible, nor the Quran. Think about it. You see what I'm saying? So we have to claim what our ancestors left and use it in this time that can be used wisely to build a strong foundation, so that what we lost, like John Henry Clark says, is we lost a sense of preparing ourselves for leadership, for nation building. And so that's what we're about to do. Like Marcus Garvey said, I heard you said that the other night. That's one of my favorite quotes from Marcus Garvey. Wow. He said he looked to his left and he looked to his right. He looked up, he looked down, he looked all around. He says, where are our great people? Where are our kings, our queens, our leaders, and all our great people? He said, I looked around. Right. This is not a direct quote. Okay,
he said men of high affairs.
There you go. Yeah. I looked around, I didn't find them. So he said, what? I will help to create them. And so that was one of the greatest influence Marcus Garvey had on me. We have to help make our brothers and sisters great again and have a foundation in something that we could say that's common for us. Right. That we can look back, like Cheikanta Diop says, the modern Negro intellectual that does not put their foundation in the research of ancient Kemet is actually an intellectual coward.
Right. He said that for a modern black intellectual not to put the foundation or the epistemology of the nature of things to be centered in ancient Kemet is like a European scholar not centering their epistemology around Greece,
Right.
right? Like
Basically.
and I think that's what it has to do with the narrative, right? Like,
Yes.
what narrative is it that we are actually unifying around? Because we find that people have a sense of what they call sameness.
Yes.
It's really based on the fact that they have the same creation stories,
Yes.
right? That's what we talked about when we first met. So that's why I think it's really important, the whole Kemet and ancient Egypt narrative, because it's our oldest documented techno-complex civilization for us and by us. And so once you're Nigerian, once you're Senegalese, once you're Caribbean, once you're, from South Carolina or wherever, we can just place our origin story in terms of our origin story of when we were at our best.
That's right.
And we can locate that into one place. It'll be easier for us to unify because we will have a starter point that unifies us all. And I think that's very important because once, you meet someone from South Carolina or North Carolina or Mississippi, he's a black man. He's talking to you about Khufu. He's talking to you about Zoser. He's talking to you about Menehet. He's talking about the labyrinth. He's talking about Ramses II. He's talking about these things because he's been taught these things as a child, that this is the origin of our best. When we were at our best in ancient times, a black man in India, a black man in Australia, a black man in France, if he's raised with that story, as well, when we see each other, we have more of a commonality because we have the same type of creation narrative,
Exactly.
our beginning stories, who
Yes.
are, who we locate as our great grandparents. That is where your pedigree comes from, and
Exactly.
that is a great unifying factor.
Yes.
And I think that is the out of all the histories that exist, I think that us starting off with the Kemetic story, ancient Kush, all of that lineage story of when we were at our best, when we used to rule the world, is a great place for us to start and for us to unify from.
So I would say from Nara Hill and St. Thomas and the Rock of Pita, taking my daily morning meditation with the creative son of Ra has led me to all this, to where I am today. And I still get up in the morning and watch Ra rise.
Yes, yes,
You see? And I like, I say I am a Ra star.
Yeah, man. Love that. Huh? Yeah, we love
With a
that.
far eye.
Yeah, man.
With a
Good
vision.
fire. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
And on that note, we're gonna close
Yes,
out on
brother.
that note, man. We're gonna
Yeah.
close out on that note. Yeah, man. Brother Neb Ka Ra,
Yeah,
good to
man.
having you on, man, and just listening to you tell your story,
Yeah, man.
reasoning. Love the energy,
Yes.
love the vibes, man, and just
Love the
keep doing what
opportunity.
you're doing. Yeah, man. We'll have you back
And
on.
praise and like we said, we got work to do. And like the model, and I'm working on it.
Let me know
Like
when
I
it's
said,
done.
one of the things, I have the materials here. I'm working on design. I'm ready to start to build.
Perfect.
Just like I do with every other thing, I just have to make sure everything I do once I start, everything is right.
Perfect. So just let me know whenever you're done with the proof of concept, and maybe we could even do an interview live
Of course,
with you
of
showing
course.
it, and we'll put it on
We're gonna show.
YouTube.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right.
So
Yeah.
love to see it, man. So enough respect to you and yours, man. You and your family.
Same here, man, and
And
to
big
you and
up
your
to all
beautiful
the
family
yeah,
too.
man. Big up all the.
And I ain't gonna say continue. Continue that path of healing that you're helping so much people with.
Yeah, man. Give thanks. Just
Yeah.
doing things that naturally come to me.
So
Within the time I have.
you been to the Perank already?
Yeah, man. You have to be, man. You have to be.
Yeah,
Once you know
it's
who you
flowing
are.
through you.
Yeah, once you know who you are, man, nothing else to do.
And that's why I told brothers, I says, Dr. Ben was my first multi-genius that I met in real life. you know, and he was an attorney, an engineer, you know. Oh God, I could tell you how much things he was, but most than all that he was a good man that helped to raise a lot of good black men.
Yeah, man. Big up, Dr. B.
And so he was one of them examples. So, you know, and you are, you know, it's just the way we are. In our elders, when you are elder in our culture, you want just one thing. You want many things. So you are a good example of that, my brother.
Well, you know, we're just doing our best, you know, with this time
Yes,
that we have, doing our best and trying to enjoy life, enjoy what life has to offer, and then make contributions and make an impact on the world, you know. So
that's right.
we do it because we know that it's been done before.
That's right.
Huh? There are people who've
Yes,
done monumental things and have created monuments. So that's our inspiration to just keep pushing further, you know? Yeah,
yes,
man. So we love to big up man like Zosa every time, you
of
know,
course.
man like, you know, man who just take certain things seriously, you know, all man like Pianki and Shabaka Taharka. Part
That's
of this
right.
dynasty. That's my dynasty, you
That's
know what I'm saying?
that's right. That's
So
right. Yeah.
that's what we're dealing with, and it's a pleasure to have you on the show, man. And we just wish you good fortune, man, and good health in everything that you're doing. And when the time comes, when you're ready to show the prototype of what
Yes.
you've done, the proof of concept, let's do that. Let's forward on to Africa and make this thing happen even
There
on a
you
bigger
go.
level, you know?
That's right, brother.
All right, Neb Ka Ra, big up.
Hotep.
Yeah, man.